All right. Thanks, everybody, for joining us for our July 31st regular council meeting. I'd like to acknowledge that we are gathering on the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. And I'll pass it over to Council Morin for a statement. Oh, 2 seconds. There you go.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. We received some correspondence reminding us that tomorrow, August 1st, is Emancipation Day, and it's the day that we reflect upon slavery within what was the British Empire, including what was then the colonies of Upper and Lower Canada. And August 1st, 1834 was the day that the Slavery Abolition Act of 1833 came into force and began a process that took more than 5 additional years to liberate the slaves. So I just wanted to recognize that today. The United Against Hate Canada website does have some educational materials and more information about the Slavery Abolition Act of 1833. And I encourage folks to take a look at that and to reflect upon that tomorrow. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Council Morin, for bringing that forward. And introduction of late items. And maybe does staff want to speak to Mr. Garbutt?
Thank you. Through the Mayor to Council, we have a letter of support from the Comox Valley Regional District regarding the winter shelter strategy that we are providing to Council, as it's a urgent action item.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And really do want to just acknowledge the regional district for stepping up very quickly, and the members of our council that are there, as well as the ones that are not. And we received a letter of support from the Comox Valley Regional District regarding a winter shelter strategy. And they're just requesting the city of Courtenay enter in a letter of agreement with specific conditions. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So
you want a motion?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, Councillor Tilly.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that Council add the resolution regarding winter shelter strategy request to Comox Valley Regional District as approved at the in-camera meeting on July 17th, 2024, and the correspondence from Comox Valley Regional District under Section 9 Council Resolutions as item 9.1 to the agenda.
Excellent. Thank you so much. It's been first and seconded. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Thanks very much for that. And we'll move into adoption of minutes from July 17th. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, we'll accept those minutes as presented. And moving into a Community Works Fund agreement, and I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the Mayor to Council, we have in front of you the 24 to 2034 Community Works Fund Agreement report. This was it's our first renewal. It's quite exciting. Through UBCM has been the leader in negotiating the transfer of funds from the federal government to BC municipalities. The staff report itself provides an overview of how the monies have been utilized in our previous years of participation. I think it's gone to a number of good uses, and particularly since the 2018 council, we've looked to try and further our strategic objectives, particularly in the areas of active transportation, climate adaptation, smart growth, if we're still allowed to use that 1980s term, and really to the benefit of our community. It's been of great use both to buffer our taxation as well as deliver important capital projects. We have a recommendation for council to consider entering into the 2024 to 2034 Community Works Fund Agreement with the Union of BC Municipalities, and that the Mayor and Corporate Officer be directed to sign that agreement on behalf of the City of Courtenay. Mr. Langemeyer is here on the financial side, although I'm the identified author for that report.
Thanks so much for that. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the report. Yeah, I'm happy to see this funding stream come up for renewal, and that it's continuing on. We had a similar report at the regional district table yesterday, but we were provided what the change was in the funding amount, and I'm wondering if staff have that information available, if it's status quo or if there is an increase or a decrease to what we were receiving previously.
Mr. Langemeyer.
Let me pull that information up and I'll fill council in shortly.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Are there any further questions or comments? There is a recommendation as well. Okay, moved in second. Thank you very much for that. Are there any questions or comments beyond the one that we are waiting for? And I'll maybe just give Mr. Langemeyer just another minute or so, you think, or shall we? We'll continue on. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. No further questions or comments. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. All right, moving on to the special events permitting review. And again, I wonder if we want to pass this over to staff to discuss. Mr. Garvin.
Thanks. Through the Mayor to Council, this report has come through our Corporate Services Department, who has been responsible on behalf of the organization for navigating our special events permitting process. Staff report gives an overview of some of the challenges that we've been receiving. We hadn't planned any presentation with respect to this report. However, Ms. O'Connell is here for questions.
All right. Are there any questions or comments before we move the resolution? Councilor Morin.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I found that the example in the report was a little bit vague. And understandably, we don't always want to identify exactly which event was kind of brought this to light. I guess that there were some gaps in this. I guess I understand the rationale for taking a look at it, but I also just would, I don't know if staff can comment on how this will impact folks who are trying to have kind of those more grassroots events. We do hear feedback often about sort of the red tape that people need to go through to host, informal events. And if you're not a big group with a lot of funding or something like that, sometimes there are barriers to holding events. And I think we want to promote community and community building and those smaller events or events that have a more informal nature to them. So I guess I just wondered if staff could comment on that aspect. Thank you.
Ms. O'Connor.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Morin. It's a bit of a two-parter. So the report before you today is really around risk management, whether it's risk to the city from a liability perspective or risk to the participants or attendees at the various events. In regard to the future planned event and hosting policy that comes under the recreation, culture, and community services area. Not knowing exactly what may be planned within that, those questions regarding support for events, level of support, what types of events, similar to like the fees and charges policy that's been done in rec and culture, that could be something that it can be looked at that point in order to decrease barriers in regard to holding events and going through what you would call that bureaucratic red tape. Currently, right now, all of the risks by not undertaking this work is would fall at the feet of the city. And in spite of the size of an organization, should an incident occur at one of their grassroots events, they would equally be in a position of risk having to deal with the outcomes of that too. So obviously, we want to find a balance between encouraging these types of events that add and significantly contribute to our culture, economic development, our sense of community, but striking that balance between making sure that these events are safe, that we're not taking on a level of liability or risk to the municipality and our ratepayers, our taxpayers who would be footing that bill at the end of the day, and making sure that we're just doing things in an effective and efficient way that really reflects the values of the organization. So this part is really just asking to incorporate that risk management lens within the future review, and then other policy related questions regarding how and what is the city's function in supporting these events, I would imagine would come up through a future process.
Okay, could I have a follow-up?
Yeah.
Well, it's a separate question, so I'll let others speak. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And we'll go on to Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I guess my question is, I'm not really clear on what the impact is to the work plan. It was from reading the report, I wasn't clear on what kind of additional work going down this path is going to add to the workload for 2025, 2026. I wouldn't, I mean, of course, we do need to manage our risks. I do worry about adding another level of bureaucracy to things like community events and, you know, the report outlines, you know, having to consult with neighbors and RCMP. I would hate for us to create a barrier like that for, you know, people to have small gathering or these, yeah, like neighborhood, if you want to have a neighborhood barbecue at the end of a cul-de-sac that you need to consult with the RCMP. I'm not totally clear what the scope of this would be. And I just would like some clarity on how big of an impact this would be into the next year's work plan if we go with this.
Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you. So in regard to the types of events that would be subject to the special events permitting process, so the special events permitting is specifically governed by the special events bylaw. Currently, only events that are 1,000 people or greater are subject to that. Then that's why we also have other permitting processes, including the parks event permitting, road closure event permitting, that are separate and fit a different category or are intended to support a different category or level of event. So a part of looking at the special events permitting bylaw would really be asking the question as to how much does your risk increase? So say is a 1,000-person threshold where you need to start putting in these extra rigorous kind of steps. Is it 800? Is it 500? Looking really at what the best practices are and what exists in other municipalities, and also looking at some insurance and claim information and data that would really help to inform the process. In regard to the smaller events, things like a community barbecue, I can't imagine you would see that level of rigor that we're currently applying to 1,000+ events like Music Fest to those types of neighborhood. At the same time, that's the type of work that would be undertaken, and making sure that whatever our permitting process and our risk aversion that's built into that is commensurate with the type of event that's taking place. And then in the event that we do get an understanding through a risk assessment that some of those approaches or those requirements are really necessary, the city could consider how we're going to either capacity build or ease some of those processes, potentially through templates or capacity building exercises or things like that. But really, there's a lot of policy decisions to be made coming out of a risk assessment. It's more along the lines of that. The example that was provided in the report is one of possibly 10 I could actually give you. Basically, the risks from some of the activities of the events, as well as some of the events that don't currently qualify under the special events permitting bylaw because of the type of event, is unclear.
So how much additional work are we talking about?
I'll pass this one over to the Director of Culture and Community Services.
Thank you.
Ms. Hunt.
Through the mayor to Councillor McCollum. The development of a special events and hosting policy was identified in the work plan previously. It was identified in the Cultural Services Review in 2019, as well as the Parks and Rec Master Plan in 2019. So this work has been planned in the upcoming years. Adding in the risk management lens is not a substantial increase to that scope of work and would be a totally appropriate fit. The special events and hosting policy will look at things like our bylaw and our requirements around special events, but also the level of city support and where we, dedicate support or city resources to certain types of events where the city is a host versus where the city is just permitting types of events. So I don't see this being a substantial increase. In the cultural strategic plan that'll be coming back to council in the fall, it'll also be likely a recommendation in there as well. So the implementation timeline will be reflected in that as well.
Okay, so it's not a major change to the work plan then. Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And next we have Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I had some similar thoughts and comments about adding red tape to small community events. As an example, I offered to get some to book I think it was the Philberg, or yeah, it was the Philberg for a celebration of life, and I had to get insurance. And you know, it ended up being a difficult process to get insurance. It probably shouldn't be, but they wanted to know if there would be dancing. And no offense to my friend who had passed, but I wasn't sure if there'd be dancing or not. And it went up substantially, the cost, if I said people might be dancing. And so it just seems like you want to have this small, you know, 200-300 people event, and whatever the requirements are, make it seem like it's you know, unobtainable. So I think if we can find ways to support smaller events and not make it too rigorous, that would be helpful. Now, I hear in some of your examples that there might be situations where you know, larger crowds and more risk could exist, but if there's some way to parse that out, that would be useful.
Excellent. Appreciate that. And yeah, I know I've rented facilities, and sometimes the insurance is actually more than the rental costs. And I suppose I just looked at it as the cost of doing business, so to speak, that the risk has to sit somewhere. And unfortunately, yeah, I do know that there are some insurances that can be more complicated and others that are simpler as well. So it's its own thing. Mr. Garbutt.
Yeah, thank you through the mayor to council. Thank you for the question or statement with respect to challenges. So our current standard is 1,000 people. Respect council's conversation about small events. So when we're talking about special community events, these are large gatherings of people, and what is the right level that you need to make sure that you have the public interest perspective, and you will always have the private interest perspective, and then the balance of the need for regulation. And when we come to risk management items, these are life safety issues as opposed to you know, some sort of pickiness there. So we need to be careful because the public is the one that's on the hook if and when we have unsafe activities. I would also say the reason why this needs to be looked at is the bylaws itself was drafted or redrafted in 2005. We also have to make sure if we have reasonable requirements for events, they're backed up in the bylaw itself, because nowadays, sometimes people say, show me where that's required. And it's very difficult for staff to be in a position where we, you know, it's commonplace now to need those things at whatever threshold we have with a special event, even at the current threshold of 1,000. So we want to make sure that our staff are also, you know, well equipped to have reasonable and supported bylaw-based requests when we're working with community groups.
Thanks for that clarification. Councillor Zolliker.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the report. Yeah, I guess my questions for clarification have to do with options 1 and 2 that have been presented in the staff report. And in just hearing our colleagues from Parks and Rec's comments around the work plan, option 2, as I read it, is a direction from council for staff to understand the impacts and implication on the 25 work plan. So is that as it relates to the work that will be added for the policy work or for the bylaws?
So option 2 is really looking to advance and have standalone the work in regard to the risk assessment. So regardless of the timeline of the planned special events and hosting policy, option 2 would see council saying definitively that the risk assessment needs to take place even out of step or prior to when Rec and Culture is able to get to the policy and the hosting, the event and the hosting policy. So that way, the benefit to that piece or advancing that work is currently because we haven't done any kind of risk assessment. So knowing, as an example, so say a new best practice threshold is events that are over 600 people would be appropriate from a risk perspective to have the level of rigor currently applied to groups that we have holding events over 1,000. This type of work would look at how many events between the various permitting processes do we have that would be impacted or that have over 600 people. And then that would give you an idea of the potential risk the city is carrying, being out of step with those best practices currently. So essentially, this is what we don't know, is that until we know what the best practices would be, what the thresholds are, how many events we have that are above or below each of those risk-based thresholds, how substantial of a risk in not knowing are we carrying or not. So essentially, if council wants to expedite that, that's why option 2 is there. Whereas option 1 sees it being attributed or added to an existing strategic priority or priority. And it's a matter of that's planned for 2024 or 2024, 2025 or 2026. Maybe it happens at the end, maybe it happens somewhere in between. It really depends on what else comes up in their work plan. So this work would be a more significant impact because it would be a standalone project in advance that specifically looks at risk before that, which may actually result in the need to take action in advance as well, or advance the policy work on the other side.
Yeah, so just as a follow-up, Mayor, if I can, so just to clarify this option 2, just risk, we're not opening up the bylaw, we're not doing a bylaw, we're not reviewing the bylaw, whereas option 1, it's risk and reviewing the bylaws?
It would be likely that through the risk analysis, one of the recommendations would be to deal with the bylaw, but it could be the same thing where it's the risk isn't terrible. You could consider delaying and dealing with the bylaw during the project, or the risk is so substantial, you need to change this bylaw now and then maybe amend it later once the policy has been drafted. So again, until we know what it is, presupposing what the next step would be is really hard to guess at.
I do have one more clarification question.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll go to Councillor first. It might be the same question. All right.
In the financial impact section of the staff report, it speaks to 10 to 15,000 of unallocated or unplanned impact on our 5-year financial plan for options 1 and 2. And so do we have any comments from staff around what the plan is if this moves forward, either option 1 or 2, around how we're going to be covering this and where that money is going to come from?
Thank you very much. So the estimate is between 15 and 25,000. So essentially that would be something that staff would have to come back with and give council some options. There is an array of how deep you can go to analyze your risk. So if you think of them like a package, so there'd be a package 1, 2, or 3. So how deep, how sensitive, that type of thing would make a difference as to where it would land. As far as 15 to 25,000 and where that money would come from, we'd have to look internally to see if we have unspent costs within existing budget areas or if a budget amendment would be required. At that level, I can't imagine a budget amendment would be required. It may just end up being a variance circumstance. But some of the options talk about the need to come back and identify the impact of the work plan is that the money may actually be the least impactful cost of undertaking this work. Whereas the actual process of doing a risk assessment would include gathering information from various departments. So that can include fire, recreation, ops, corporate services, and all of that staff time and operational time would have a corresponding impact. So the money really is, of course, it's important, but the impact on a work plan annualized basis is really on the operations and what projects may need to be delayed or take longer or off the table type of thing.
All right. Councillor Frisch, you're up.
Should I get that? Yeah, I'm really interested in seeing this risk assessment back to council. I don't know how much of a rush there is. From the report, it sounded like there are some situations that were concerning, but I don't know if staff is saying like we're extremely worried and we suspect there might be a problem in the near future. So if you have any thoughts on that, I'd be happy to hear it. I'm also interested in sort of having the conversation of how much risk is reasonable for the public to undertake. And how risk adverse do we really need to be as a city corporation?
Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you for the question. And quite honestly, if I was able to make, to give council a stronger, we need to do this, I definitely would have. We have criteria around risk that comes out of risk management. But because we don't have that next part of your question, which is council's risk aversion or risk acceptability, it's really hard to determine what would be appropriate. The example that's provided in the staff report, if one thing had happened at that event, it could have been absolutely catastrophic, but didn't. So that's always the place you got to come from, is what is the acceptance of risk? So for example, that one, it actually blocked access to the air park. So in the event that a plane crashed, fire would not have been able to respond. If there was an oil spill that could have had an impact on the environment and on the estuary, we just happened in that day when the access was blocked, those events did not occur. So those are the types of criteria. So potential for environmental damage, potential for impact to emergency services, potential for loss of life. Those are all policy questions that would be posed to council as to what things should the city be considering when we're looking and evaluating risk. And then of course, there are other things that we have to consider in order to qualify for insurance, right? So it's a bit of a blend of what's prescribed versus what level and what areas of risk council has the authority to make those decisions on. But again, those are significant policy decisions around council's perspective on risk and what should be assigned to the organizations that are running events and things like this versus where there's a benefit to us as a community. What is the level of risk the city is willing to take on behalf of ratepayers and residents in the belief and understanding that they would support that level of risk relative to the benefit that comes from holding those events.
Excellent. Thanks for the question, Councillor Frisch. And I think another ancillary thing is with some of these events, there's the potential for conflict as well between the participants or the people that are participating in the event and the people who are not participating in the event but are being affected by it as well. So, and I think most of council has received an email or two regarding how sometimes events can have those negative impacts. So, so that mitigation side. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll move the recommendation.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Any further questions, Councillor July?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I feel like I've heard two potentially opposing things from our staff. One, that it wouldn't be a big impact on our work plan. And in another instance, it would take up a lot of time from multiple departments. My concern with the recommendation is really around the timing of this. And I understand that it makes sense to piggyback on the policy work that is planned, but each of the departments named that would be involved have very large, significant strategic priorities in the next 2 years. And so my concern is around the work plan. And so I'm wondering if we can just, I heard not a big deal, but also a big deal. And so I'm trying to rectify, because I also heard that we might be invited to consider reprioritization of other items on the work plan. And I think this council has been clear for some of those items that we want to see those advance. And so I just have concern that we might be asked, because I just, relative to other things on the work plans in each of those departments, I don't see this high up on the priority relative to some of those other things. And I did go back and look at those work plans. So wondering if staff can speak to, I guess, the time commitment and what we're thinking might come back as a recommendation to move further down in the timeline.
I have Ms. Saunders first and also Ms. O'Connell.
Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. I think the difference is if the risk assessment work is advanced, because it's unplanned for this year and early 2025, it would have the most significant impact on our work plans, because the work around the special events and hosting policy is planned, incorporating the risk assessment into that work, which would naturally fall into that policy, has a much smaller impact. And because we're talking about 2025, 2026, we have time to be able to plan that with all the different priorities that we have. Of course, if other priorities come up, we'd have to come back to council to determine where that falls, but this has been identified since 2019 as something that needs to be done, but we're waiting for the cultural strategic plan to finish. That's coming to conclusion soon, and it's supporting this objective as well. So I think that's just the discrepancy there, is that if the risk assessment work is advanced, it's currently unplanned and it would come up quicker, and so it would require people to sort of shift priorities. If we build it into the special events and hosting policy work that is already part of the work plan into the future, then it has less of an impact. There'll still be departments involved, but for instance, in that case, we'd likely be bringing on a consultant to lead the work, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that hopefully that provides some clarity.
All right. Yeah, okay. We have a motion on the floor. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And motion carries. All right, next, we have the development variance permit for 1640 12th Street East, and I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you through the mayor. The development variance permit application is in front of council for 1640 12th Street East, and I think Ms. Wade has a very short introduction. Or we're available for questions.
Thank you through the city manager to mayor and council. Yeah, just quick highlight that this is a development variance permit to vary the siting of a development adjacent to a water course from 15 meters to 10.5 meters. This situation was discovered through a building permit application that came in for a shed. And there has been a requirement for the shed to have an environmental development permit application as well, in which we had a registered professional biologist who has now done the appropriate methodology that has been approved by Ministry of Lands and Water and Sewers, so doing with Rapper, and has agreed that the setback is 10 meters from the water course. And so staff is supportive of the development variance permit, and to note that we did follow our development procedures bylaw and the appropriate notice, and we haven't received any comments to date. And I'd just like to acknowledge that our planner one, Jacob Kramer, is here, who's been the file manager as well. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much. And are there any questions or clarification from council? Seeing none. Okay, motion's been moved by Councillor Frisch, seconded by Councillor Cole Hamilton. And with that, any final option or inquiries for questions or comments? And seeing none, all those in favor? Motion carries. And we'll move into 11th Street zoning bylaw amendment 3059. And Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you through the mayor. We're proud and happy to have a very interesting development application for consideration and some feedback from council in front of you on this agenda under 4.3.2. Ms. Wade's going to give an introduction to the report, and I know the development advocate and owner of the project are in attendance as well. So,
excellent. Thanks so much, Ms. Wade.
Through the city manager to the mayor and council. Yes, I just wanted to acknowledge that the applicant is here, Mr. Rick Browning and Mr. Ryan Cohen from Paxwell, and also their consultant architect, Maris McDonald, is here as well in attendance. And I also wanted to acknowledge that Jacob Kramer, our planner one, who has been the file manager on here, is also in attendance as well. They're all available for questions as well. So just an overview this report to council is to provide a summary of the rezoning application and allow for an opportunity for council to ask questions of staff and provide comments to staff prior to staff finalizing the zoning bylaw amendment number 3059. The resolution is for council for staff to continue finalizing the amending bylaw and to bring the zoning amendment bylaw before council at a regularly scheduled meeting. This has been a very complex proposal, but staff is pleased to say that this is a great opportunity for 104 units of purpose-built rental housing that aligns with the OCP land use designation of urban corridor, which actually supports multi-unit residential housing for anywhere from 4 to 8 stories in this area. The proposed zone will address the constraints due to environmental setbacks as determined by a registered professional biologist and flood construction levels, which influence the design and the siting of the proposed development, which are outlined in the report that you have. There are 4 lots that will need to be consolidated to form the development site for the proposed development. This includes the proposed sale of a city-owned lot, which has been appraised at the value of $360,000 and will have to be disposed of through sections 26 and 94 of the community charter. This appraisal is based on the market value of the proposed use. The disposal of these lands was previously considered by council in 2016 for a proposed seniors development. A housing agreement will be a condition of the rezoning as the applicant has offered to provide 15% of the net increase in development rights as per the OCP community amenity policy, which is 6 units consisting of 1 2-bedroom, 2 1-bedroom, and 3 studios at below market rent. The housing agreement will be a condition of the rezoning. Infrastructure improvements and frontage improvements will be included in the works and service agreement, which will be addressed at the consolidation and building permit stages. This includes the findings of the transportation impact assessment regarding contribution to intersection improvements for the future to align with the master transportation plan. These are all outlined in the report before you as well. And there will be requirements for statutory right-of-ways for servicing, and there will be also Section 219 covenants for environmental protection and also limits on environmental protection between 15 and 30 meters. And these will all be part of the identified for the zoning adoption prior to zoning adoption, lot consolidation and/or building permit process as noted in the report. We wanted to identify that this is a CMHC MLI select finance development, which also has its own set of criteria for funding regarding affordability, energy efficiency, and greenhouse gas reductions and accessibility, which also aligns with council's strategic priorities. These are all outlined in the report, and staff is happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And are there any questions for clarification? We'll start with Councillor Zuliker.
Thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the detailed staff report. Really helpful. And thanks to the proponents for being here tonight. Under the section for archaeological referrals to KFN, there's not a lot there. I'm wondering if you can share a little bit more around the insights that they provided. It does speak to if it moves forward, they will be forwarding to the proponents the instructions on how to move forward with that. But can we get any more details around what that work would entail and what the response from the proponent would have to be and how we would, I guess, enforce that or ensure that that's something that's part of the zoning application?
Through the mayor to Councillor Zuliker, yes, we just received some correspondence with the applicant on this. They have received some correspondence back from permitting in regards to the archaeological issues. They are working on that right now and waiting for some information back in regards to how they're going to move forward. So I don't have any more real details of that, but it would be part of prior to building permit issuance. There will be conditions put in there in regards to align with those archaeological requirements that will be coming forward.
Right, thanks, Councillor Zuliker and Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just a couple of clarifying questions. This is really around minor around parking and bicycle parking, and the reasoning I can see for reducing the amount of vehicle parking is this is obviously a very central location. It's easy for people to walk or cycle to many of the things they might need. And so I wanted to ask a little bit about the bike parking. It notes that the ratio, which is set at 2, would be reduced to 1.3 stalls for each unit, and that the visitor parking would be increased to 42. I was wondering if you could help me understand the distinction between the stalls per unit and what those are like and the visitor parking. And I guess a follow-up question would just be that some of the explanation is that wall mounting technology has changed and that's allowed for more in-unit storage. So I was wondering if you could just elaborate a little bit about on that, please.
Through the mayor to Councillor Cole Hamilton. I will do this, and I'd also like to acknowledge that Jacob Kramer has done a fair amount of work on this, and he might want to add some comments to this. But overall, what we're finding in the review of our requirements in the bicycle parking requirements is that since they were written, they're quite prescriptive. And what we're finding is that there's been a change in technology in regards to wall mounting and the sizing and placing. And so that has also influenced how we go about putting them into buildings and on the site plan. The other thing is that we are also finding that there are issues that are coming up too in regards to EV and the batteries, in regards to fire. And we've had a conversation with the fire chief about these. And also there's some implications on insurance for the operator of the rental housing. So we're having to address some of those as well. And there's also the ability for having bikes in the actual units, as long as they are proved out that they can be placed there, which we've been working with the applicant on as well. And if I haven't answered all your questions, let me know.
I was wondering if you could just tell me a bit about the distinction between the stalls per unit and which were being decreased, and the visitor parking, which is being increased. What constitutes one versus the other?
Okay. Through the mayor to Councillor Cole Hamilton, I think I'm going to let Jacob Kramer answer this because he's been working quite closely on this. And so we're wondering if you want to come up to the microphone and you can answer that. But it is to do with balancing some of the uses and the residents and what we found in past use. But I'd like Jake to respond to that.
And your microphone's on, so.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Cole Hamilton. Yeah, thanks for the question. One thing I would note is that I think these numbers are still subject to slight change. We're working on some final revisions that will come, so the details will definitely be in the next report in the rezoning itself. As Mary, so a few points. I think that the class 2 is basically a reference to the bicycle parking that would be like 4 tenants, whereas the class 1 would be for visitor bicycle parking. Based on like the unit sizes and the anticipated household sizes, we know that our requirement for 2 bicycle parking stalls per unit can often be quite onerous, while recognizing that there's still a pretty significant amount of units. So making sure that there's ample parking for folks to have visitors, basically. So that's somewhat the reflection where you see maybe some relaxation into the zone potentially around the number of our bylaw requiring 2 per unit, and then a 10% of visitor. I think those numbers are still being slightly massaged. And then maybe to extrapolate a little bit on the wall mounting technology that's noted in the report, I think what's understood is our zoning bylaw has dimensions as well for our bike stalls. And so in a project of this scale where it would require 208 class 2 stalls based on the unit count, the actual physical space that takes up with the dimensions, because we have length, width, and height dimensions for every bicycle stall, is quite significant. Whereas specs it says technology has advanced. In essence, we try to find maybe a balance in the zone that reflects that maybe we want some of the stalls to be accessible and to have different types of bikes or mobility assistance. However, some of the bike racks can probably be vertical, and that would break from the dimensions of the zoning bylaw. So all of this can be incorporated hopefully well into the CD zone, which will come forward to you and explain those in detail and as those details are finalized.
Okay, great. Thanks. Appreciate the extra detail.
Right, thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just picking up on the information shared about the bike parking requirements. I guess my bigger question is whether or not we'll be revisiting some of those regulations. It's pretty new policy. We haven't really applied it many times. And if staff are giving consideration to how we can adjust that so that we're not having to kind of make a custom solution every time that we're looking at these. I see you nodding, so just
Yeah.
leave it at that.
The mayor and council, thank you for raising that. Yes, staff has identified this, and as part of when we come forward with the zoning bylaw update, which I'm calling housekeeping to get it in order with a number of things that we discovered going through SHMU as well. These are the things that we'll bring forward for council so that we can improve upon it.
Thanks. And I do have an actual question now.
Okay.
Yeah, looking at the parking plan, I think the proposal around the number of spaces and how it's laid out seems, fairly reasonable to me with whatever knowledge I have in that topic. 20 electric charging stalls seems great. Would probably meet the needs of, our population as people begin to electrify the vehicles that they're using. But the question I had around that was, is there a requirement that these are level 2 stalls? I mean, it's pretty easy to share a level 2 charger. You can charge a battery and, hundreds of kilometers of use in a half a dozen hours. But if it's level 1, then basically it would mean that EVs need to be plugged in most of the time that they're parked. So it's a 2-part question: is it 1 or 2? Do we specify that? And then do we have some type of requirements around this in our multi-family regulations currently, or is that something that we're also looking at going forward?
Through the mayor to Councilor McCollum, yes, the number of questions that you're raising is things that we're looking at moving forward, and particularly in the light of the recent requirements through the fire chief, as well as insurance in regards to EV, where they can be located, etc. Regarding the class 1 and 2, I might have Jacob come up and talk about that. He's been doing quite a bit of work on that and answer your question.
Thanks.
Mr. Garvin.
Yeah, through the mayor to council, I think we would just ask Jacob to stay and if he has questions, because we do have quite a long agenda. I want to get through council's questions quickly, so thanks.
Yeah, through the mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. I actually don't know if I'm prepared to speak on the classification of the charger. I might be able to look toward the applicant. What I would say is we definitely do not have policy direction in that. So this being a requirement in the way that our bike or vehicle parking is required, it's not. I think we see that the 20 stalls as a very nice addition to the proposal. And like you said, meet the current needs and also the style of parkade, I think, would facilitate in the future as remediation happened to the building, that additional stalls could be provided at that time. I don't know if I'm able to look to get class 2 is what would be provided.
That's great to hear. And I mean, as we see more kind of higher density developments go in, I think this question is going to be coming up regularly. So that is probably some work on council's part with staff that we probably need to look at some standardization there, so that we're not needing to delve into that detail each time that we have an application like this. And I'll pass it along. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Councillor McCollum, and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Happy to see this project come forward. It actually looks like it ticks off a lot of boxes for what council's been looking for, especially in the way of smart growth and getting people near the downtown. I'll quickly point out that a level 1 charger for a car could also be called a useless charger. Really handy for bikes, but it's 110 plug outlet for a blender wouldn't do much. So it's great to hear that you guys are doing level 2, and if that's not in our policy, then maybe we need to look into that. I was going to point out that 20 charge spots right now is probably more than enough, but I'm wondering if our policy going down the road should really include some sort of conduits for future. So it's 100%, like the conduits there, maybe the wire doesn't go in. That would be a good addition to our policy, because I think essentially we want every stall to have charge capability in the future, and it wouldn't be much to pull a wire and put the infrastructure in when it was needed. And the only question I really have is around sort of access to water and river. And I know we sort of have this idea that we'd like the public to have access to water and the river, and we have that in other places. But I know on this site, maybe there were some concerns about that. And if staff can comment on that, that would be helpful. Why on this site, maybe we haven't aimed to have a riverfront walkway or access across the property to the river.
Through the mayor to Councillor Fish, thank you for those questions. Yes, a couple of things at play here. One is the environmental protection required for the first 15 meters of the property. So there'll be nothing in that area. Two, in regards to looking at the connection, there is the greenway that is nearby, and that is the ability and trail path through. So we're not duplicating. Two is that we're looking at the downtown area local plan, and we'll be revisiting what was put forth in the downtown playbook and those things, and going through a factual review of infrastructure, environmental, and archaeology, so that we can understand how we go about enhancing that river area and what can be built, because we are aware of some concerns, both from environment as well as archaeology.
Okay, thanks for that.
Thanks, Councillor Fish and Councillor Jolicoeur.
I think Councillor Morin hasn't spoken yet. She wants to go.
Okay, Councillor Morin.
The question is, how many questions do I get? I have a few clarify. I mean,
My
Councillor
only
Fish
comment
did-
is maybe one question at a time, just so that
Okay.
staff are able to.
All right, well, I'll have to
focus.
come back then, but I'm gonna try to join two questions together strategically. I guess the first question I'll ask is, I noted that there's an existing house on the property that it stated in the report will be demolished, and I wondered if there's been any conversation around deconstructing that house as opposed to demolishing it.
Through the mayor to Council Morin, thank you for that question. We haven't had any discussions with that. I don't know if the applicant wants to talk about it. They're saying yes, that they're going to do deconstruction.
You'll talk.
They'll talk.
He's happy
Okay.
to. Yeah. And just introduce yourself and.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Ryan Cohen, along with my business partner, Rick Browning. I'm CEO of Pacific Swell, the developer. We have had those discussions, and the house right now is listed for sale with Nickel Brothers. Our intent is to move it for somebody else to enjoy it and not destroy it. It's
That's
beautiful
great,
inside.
because it is a lovely home and hopefully can be, well, we don't want to get into that other conversation about how old it is or anything, but in any event, thank you for that. And I'll, I guess, cede the floor for someone else and come back to my other questions. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Councillor Morin. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks. I think this is my last clarification question. When we get around to comments, I'll share more. But under the CACs, question for staff. It's 15% of units reflecting 15% of the net increase in development rights. So if this was not a rezoned area, what's the difference there between the current zoning and the redevelopment zoning that would make that 15%?
Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. Yeah, so what we do is we look at what the existing zoning is with the development, and then with the rezoning that's being proposed, what the difference is in regards to that net growth. And then that net growth is where we take the 15%, because there are already certain entitlements through zoning that is required. And if you're looking for are you looking for the exact
numbers, yeah.
number? Okay, Jake, do you want to answer that?
Sure, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. Yeah, as Marion just noted, this was a bit of a complicated calculation, as there's 3 zones here, right? MU2, C2, and then no zone currently for the city property. So the density lift calculation ended up coming to an agreed upon number of like just over 21,000 square feet of density lift. And then 15% of that translates to just over 3,200 square feet. Then the OCP policy also requests a unit mix in the units that are secured below. And so based on that 3,200 square feet is the 6 units.
Okay. Just as a follow-up, Mayor, to that. The mix is an interesting conversation because we don't actually explicitly have any language in the OCP about a policy direction on the mix. And when I saw this, I was a little surprised. Primarily, I have the housing needs assessment in the back of my mind that clearly articulates that the Comox Valley is desperately in need of 2 3-bedroom units at an affordable rate. And so most of what's being proposed here are studios, then 1-bedrooms and just 1 2-bedroom unit. And so wondering if staff can speak to that as the mix that's being proposed.
Through the mayor to Councillor Joker, thanks for that question. We just recently got the housing needs update that is, we're working in partnership with the CBRD. It actually shows a need on the affordability non-market for a need for studios and 1-bedrooms. But if you go to the market side, it shows a mix, a higher need for 2 and 3-bedrooms. And so we realize that we're going to have to bring the OCP in line with the housing needs assessment. So it is different from what was proposed before. And you're quite right. We're looking for that mix. We know that it's a mix that has been outlined in the community amenity policy, and we're striving to try to do that.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Joker and Councillor Moore.
Well, that's great. Councillor Frisch asked one of my questions. Councillor Jolicoeur asked another. And I'm going to try to combine the other ones. And it's around the landscaping and plants and that consideration. I know I bring it up quite often, but as we move to more multi-residential, we know that seniors who are maybe downsizing or moving into apartments often have been in single family dwellings and are losing that food growing capacity. We also know that food security is part of our OCP and something that we want to focus on. So I guess I'm always asking about food growing space, particularly in these multi-residential spaces. We don't have a community garden nearby. I wondered if that conversation had happened, and then just sort of joining this other question was around, and this is more a question for staff probably, do we have anything around native plant? I guess I know that we have as part of our OCP looking at naturalizing infrastructure and things like that, but do we have anything specifically around promoting native plant growing in landscape plans?
Through the mayor to Council Morin, very good questions. This is something that we're working on in regards to native planting and landscaping as we move forward. One thing here that is unique that is happening is the retention of the mature landscape on site. And the applicant has agreed because this actually lies on the frontage and is in city property, so has agreed to actually enter into agreement so that they will operate and maintain that, so we can retain that. Regarding the other edges in the landscape plan, when we're working through this, there is a requirement through the restoration pieces and the plans that we need to do in the environmental sensitive areas from 15 to 30, that there will be sensitivities towards the native plants and making sure that that area is set up for success. And so we can actually work with the applicant in regards to the landscaping and as for native species. And we can also raise the issues about the community gardens if there's any space for that.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, I was renting a townhouse over the last couple of years, and I felt a proactive developer had actually put blueberry plants in front of every unit, and those plants, because they're quite established now, they were producing so many blueberries. So everybody who had a townhouse unit had just tons of blueberries and blueberry season. So those are some of the things that I would love to see more of. It's a little bit different with an apartment building, but thanks. I don't know if the applicants have anything to add around the food garden aspect or not, but.
Thank you, Councillor Morin. We love the idea. We'll absolutely incorporate it. And just to confirm, 100% of the plants in our landscape are native and are sourced locally from Streamside.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right. We've had a pretty fulsome questions for clarification, and we're not done yet. So It's been moved and seconded. Fantastic. Great to see. Thanks to staff and the applicant and everyone for a wholesome conversation. It's been moved and seconded. Any further questions? And we'll pass it over to Councillor Joter.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to say thanks to the proponents for your patience as we move through all the changes in the Development Services Department, and really looking forward to seeing the report come forward by staff, and really want to just highlight some of the things I think, you know, Councillor first spoke to. It's really hitting a lot of the things that we're looking for in the community in terms of smart growth. And one of the things that I particularly wanted to note for a lot of our environmentalist friends is that there's a willingness to have that 30-meter low impact development setback in addition to the required 15-meter. And I think that both adds value to the residents, but also again demonstrates a willingness to care for the area that this development is on, right? It's a sensitive ecosystem. And I also am really happy to hear that you're willing to work with KFN around the archaeological conditions that they're bringing forward. So yeah, just wanted to say I'm looking forward to seeing this. Thanks.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to add my comments about what a positive development this is. This property has been quite high profile in the community for a long time. At one point, it was considered as a location for a third bridge, and that was nixed by a previous council. But I think it's been lying fallow, and it's had several development proposals that have not come to fruition. So it's really affirming to see this positive proposal come forward that will provide additional housing close to our downtown and so many other positive attributes that my colleagues have acknowledged. So I'm very happy to support it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian, for those comments. And yeah, I think it's 10 or so years that that I recall this kind of churning around. So really happy to see it go to the next step. I'll call the question. All those in favor, and motion carries. And we'll move on to I don't know why I was flipping my page. We'll go on to the temporary shelter temporary shelter washrooms and storage report. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you, through the mayor. There's a lot of really important reports on this agenda today. Reporting back on specific council direction, we're have a combined report from Development Services and Recreation, Culture and Community Services. Ms. Wade's going to start and introduce this report back on temporary shelter, washrooms and storage. And between our two directors, I think they'll handle questions from council. Thank you very much.
Ms. Wade.
Thank you through the city manager to mayor and council. Myself and my colleague, Director Saunders, have been working very closely on this issue to try to find solutions based on the resolutions that have been provided to us. We've been working very hard with BC Housing and our service providers to try to find solutions that we've been able to come forward with in the report that is before you. I wanted to acknowledge the reason why this report is before you is one, for an update, but also that in order to form partnerships with BC Housing so that we can finalize operating funding in order to provide the ATCO trailer that would be for the CVTS staff, which has a washroom and an office, and also receive a trailer from BC Housing for $1. There's requirements for hookups and that we have previously noted in reports. And so there is a resolution before you for $150,000 for those hookups. This is viewed as a partnership, and it's really important for these resolutions because it shows the commitment of the city to move forward with this emergency situation, and it helps us with the partnerships to obtain operating funds through BC Housing and other sources. So myself and Director Saunders have been working together with BC Housing to find solutions, and this is what we've laid out. We have retained the services of Macola to help us implement this because this is a fair amount of work to do it from a development management construction operational piece. And so they have stepped forward and we have a contract with them for up to $10,000, which is coming out of the Development Services, Community and Sustainability professional services budget. And I don't know if Director Saunders has anything to add to that, and we're both here to answer questions.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And you may need to keep your microphone on you. But are there any questions for clarification looking to council? I know this is something that we've been talking about quite a bit and waiting on. And I don't know, Councillor McCollum, or no, Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I guess, and this may not be a straightforward question to answer, but I mean, there's a lot of moving pieces to this. There's partnerships with community groups looking for funding from BC Housing, the city's role in this. And obviously we need funds available and okayed from council in order to move on to the next step. But I just want assurance that if we don't have some type of commitment from the province to provide operational funding. I mean, we've now ran out of our strengthening communities funding locally and elsewhere in the province. And so I just wanted to better understand, you know, if we agree to go down this route, and you know, I would also point out that the city's financial commitment here is maybe 3 or 4 times what the value of the trailer is worth from what we've had as supplemental information from staff. So we're coming to the table with a fairly large financial contribution to get this up and running, and we still don't have the operations piece well in hand. And so I just want to understand how that could roll out, and if we aren't able to secure that, then do we just put the brakes on, hand a trailer back, revisit this? Yeah.
Through the mayor to Councillor McCollum, thank you for those questions. Yes, this is complex and it is changing, and we are in discussions with BC Housing and the service providers as well. And we would not be moving forward with, you know, spending the 150,000 if we can't secure the operating funds. And if we are in need of anything, we would definitely be coming back to council and reporting in to let council know. These resolutions give the signal to BC Housing that, you know, we're serious about the situation and prepared to be a partner in it, which helps with the operating piece.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And Councillor Morin.
Thanks, Mayor. I guess I'm curious about some of the more practical details on what, like how many washroom stalls would this trailer have? Would there be fencing around it? Like in terms of what it would actually look like in practice? Does it have showers? And what would the hours be? That kind of thing. I'm wondering if you could answer those questions. Thank you.
And Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Morin. Our understanding of the trailer is it has 3 or 4 washrooms. So we need to confirm that specific detail, but there are no showers. In terms of operating hours, that's really going to be determined by the funding. In our discussion with the service provider, the goal is to provide as many hours of service outside of our other public washrooms as we can. But we'll note that it's very difficult and not a consistent practice to be able to offer washrooms 24 hours. Those overnight hours can be quite difficult. But we are working with a service provider to come up with what hours they would be able to provide based on the operating funding, and to also address the need. And that's really around the hours outside of our current public washrooms. And the plan and the reason for the financial ask before council is to look at a well-designed space that would take into consideration both the staff trailer that CVTS is looking at, the washroom trailer, outdoor space, storage, et cetera. And that's also the reason for recommending that an amendment to the lease of CVTS is approved by council so that we can expand that area and do a well-designed space with fencing and clear access and egress, and also address any safety and building requirements, et cetera.
Right, so just a quick follow-up. So theoretically, that could be a self-contained area that would not be spilling onto the street, and, you know, it would be a little bit tidier looking from the street, basically, is the goal.
Correct.
Part of
yeah.
the goal.
And it would be operated as a part of CVTS's day and
Mhm.
night services. And so it would be looked at as an entire kind of operation. And the goal would be, yes, that just from a visibility perspective, that it's well designed. We've had discussions about how we do some community engaged art and that type of thing, but that's sort of down the road after we get through the next few logistical steps.
Right, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Morin, and Councillor Zolliker.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I've got a few clarification questions as it pertains to the kind of the practicalities of some of the details in the report. But I just want to give my thanks to staff for working hard on this behind the scenes. We did put a lot of work on your plate as the motions listed in the staff report indicate. I guess I'm kind of curious here. One of the recommendations in the staff report speaks to the risk associated to delaying the actioning of what's being proposed by through the extension or the expansion of community engagement with neighboring properties and the Downtown Business Association. And so I'm just curious if staff had any indication on what that potential impact could be on the timeline if we were to say, we want you to go out and talk to the neighboring businesses and the DCBIA, what we think an estimate could be, given that many of those partners are quite engaged on this issue and we hear from them quite frequently. So yeah, just kind of curious what additional timeline you're thinking that would be.
Ms. Saunders.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Zolliker, a high level estimate would be a number of months if we're looking at thorough consultation. So I couldn't see it being less than a 2, 3, 4 month delay. That said, the intention would be to absolutely consult with our partners, but it's that level of consultation and that really could extend that timeline. We also, there's some real funding restrictions in front of us in terms of the provincial election and when funding can no longer be accessed. And so I think it's extremely important that we move when there might be some funding available. But in our discussions with Macola, we would still inform our partners. We've had conversations with DCBIA about this. But that sort of deep level of engagement where we're maybe going back and forth on designs or preferences, that would really slow things down by a number of months.
Thanks, Councillor Zolliker, and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to expand a little bit on that point with a question, but I also have a practical one. How much parking will still be on the site with this structure, and what sort of steps will be taken to address interaction from the population using the washroom with people frequenting the businesses? It's been an area of challenge in the past, and I'm just wondering to what extent this will address that issue.
Ms. Saunders.
Thank you to the Mayor to Councillor Hillian. I can't give you a definitive amount of space within the parking lot yet. We're not there yet until we know exactly the sort of size of the trailers and the design and space. We know that there are a certain number of spots that are leased from the city, and those can absolutely still be accommodated in that parking lot. We would not be looking at using the entire parking lot, for example. I think realistically, maybe half of the parking lot. In terms of interactions, I would hope that through a well-designed space and more outdoor space, that those interactions in the parking lots change. But I would also say that through our conversations with our partners, we're also seeing additional groups starting to attend the Community Advisory Committee of Connect. And that's an excellent place for those conversations to happen, where the operators of Connect, city staff, community organizations, BC Housing and businesses can come together to talk about those issues. When the first Community Advisory Committee started for Connect, it was quite small, despite significant effort by CVTS to have folks on that committee. Over time, through some relationship building and continuing to kind of extend the invitation, we're seeing that group increase in size in a really good way. And so I would say that that would be the best place to be able to continue those conversations.
Thanks. And if I could follow up, Mary, I'm wondering if staff could share what our strategy is for ensuring that if we provide this service, which certainly is needed, there isn't a week goes by that we don't get concerns being expressed about public defecation and the squalor that a lot of people are forced to live in on our streets. What assurance do we have that if we provide this service, we don't get stuck with it, so that we can't, in fact, at some point move on and restore that property to a different use?
And I think Mr. Garbett wants to.
Hey, thank you. Through the mayor, Councillor Hillian, thank you for the question. Council has been clear. These are temporary uses. We're reporting back on direction from council about temporary uses. We have a facility that's going to be constructed in the 18 to 24-month horizon. We'll do our very best to actually try and shorten that, but these are very much intended to be interim temporary solutions. If we were in a position to be developing and supporting and trying to take on this role, we would be coming back with significantly different information at this point. I believe that the direction from council has been clear, but I would say words like assure, council gives us direction. And council's direction has been interim, as has been the Connect Center from its very beginning. And that message, both at a staff and political level, that has driven staff level advocacy for funding and the ultimate acquisition of the Braidwood property and its subsequent consideration for future approvals has been the city's direction. And we will not be varying from that unless we get alternative direction from council.
All right, thanks for that, Mr. Garbett, and Councillor Hillian, appreciate that. And Councillor Zolker.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I do have just one more clarification question as it relates to storage. And in the staff report, it speaks to some of the ongoing work that will have to be done around that. And so we don't have yet a full financial picture of what that cost will be. In addition to that, I do have some concerns about that, but in addition to just the cost of the building, the infrastructure related to storage, but the liability related to managing and being, whether we're the owner of or the leaseholder of storage units, is that something that we will consider in the assessment of the storage component of this staff report?
Mr. Garbett.
Thank you, through the mayor to council. So again, we're taking council's direction to come back with the topic of storage. We would definitely be looking to best practices around the storage of individuals' goods. Council also may recall that the topic, at the point that we come back to consider our Parks and Open Space bylaw, council was there's a dual focus around the shelter component, the dual focus around potential storage. So we're hoping that this may serve dual purposes, but we definitely be looking around developing as effective as possible and as risk adverse program that we can. And the intention is the city would not be the provider of that. But if Sandra says anything more to add, I defer to her.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that through the mayor to Councillor Zolker, Connect currently offers a storage program on space that is leased from the city. And so as part of the storage program, and there's a few avenues to it that we're exploring, we would look to CVTS to continue to provide that service, and they're currently funded to do so through their BC Housing operating agreement. Where there might be financial implications to the city is just in terms of how that service is delivered, if we want to increase those expectations, or if we have another form of storage we want to provide. And so staff right now have been in contact with other cities who provide storage programs or oversee them or work with service providers. We have an example of an approach that likely will work, but we need to do some further investigation internally. And if there are financial impacts for the city, would come back to council at that time.
Right. Councillor Moore.
Oh, I thought Councillor Jolicoeur was first. Okay. I know this is the first step, getting through this hurdle, so that you can move forward with those other conversations around the details about, potential operational, issues, et cetera. I guess I'm wondering, and they are operational, and which we don't tend to try to get too involved in as council. Having said that, this has been, a huge issue that we've been dealing with, and we get a lot of feedback. And I guess I'm wondering at what point would we have the opportunity to weigh in a little bit around that operational piece, assuming, you know, we get through this step tonight, in terms of some of those organizations that have talked about potentially helping support the city with, as an example, monitoring bathrooms, outreach services that help connect people, like Beyond Connect, other community organizations. I guess I think of things like if there were teams throughout the night that could actually help people realize that there are these bathrooms that you can use, that kind of thing. We saw during the extreme weather, we had our fire department staff going out and helping people to access those services, and it was extremely successful. And I'm sure that there are some community organizations who could do that kind of outreach. So I guess I'm wondering at what point will we get to those kind of conversations, even if we're not directly involved as council, but, you know, hearing that kind of those kind of conversations of the practical ways that we can actually address the issue beyond just having washrooms there. Thanks.
Ms. Saunders.
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Morin. For sure, the information will be shared with our service provider partners. So whether it's the coalition, CBTS, outreach, any of our emergency program. And I think that's the number one way, is to share the information. If council directed staff to take a different approach involving more service providers and more collaboration and more consultation, staff can absolutely take that direction. We'll take that direction from council. I think it's really a matter of sort of the speediness and timeliness. We know from best practice that public washrooms provided for folks who are experiencing homelessness or mental health and substance use issues are best provided located adjacent to a service provider, with service provider staff and peers on site to monitor those washrooms. So this replicates that best practice, and then it's the information sharing with the network, which I have full confidence in the provider to do. Anything sort of beyond that would really require council's direction and often resources if we're wanting to expand the scope or look at different ways of doing this.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I don't see any of the lights on, but I am kind of complete with my clarification questions for now. But there are a few be it resolves in the recommendation that I would like to propose that we go in camera under section 90M to discuss whether we should go in camera to discuss them. I have a little bit of concern to be speaking about some of those in the public meeting. So,
all right. And Mr. Garbett had a comment as well about, do you want to maybe jump in with that first?
We do have an important matter in front of council. I think I can weigh in on that other item when we get there. So that's okay.
So I don't know what the actual wording is, but I guess I'm moving a motion for council to go in camera under section 90M for the consideration of the item to be discussed in camera.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'll maybe look to staff. Ms. O'Connor.
Just to clarify, so 90M, the discussion that could take place in council is whether or not the subject matter of the discussion can take place in camera. in the event it's determined to be appropriate for in-camera, council would have to come out of the in-camera meeting and then re-resolve to return to the meeting under the appropriate section of, under section 90 of the charter. I just wanted to make sure that.
Thank you. So whereas if we did M plus the ones that we think might apply. Yep, back to you.
Unfortunately, think doesn't work. It has to be definitive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So M it is. It's been moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments? See none. All those in favor? And motion carries. Yeah, so we'll have to, unfortunately, we'll have to clear the gallery. But it's a nice sunny day. It's not snowing outside. And then as soon as we are through the in-camera, you'll be invited back in. All right, we'll just get going again, and I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move that we amend the agenda by moving item 4.33 to the final item on today's agenda.
Been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion carries. All right, we will move on to infrastructure environment, the 2024 Union of BC Municipalities Asset Management Planning Grant Application. I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the Mayor and Council, we have two reports. We'll start with 4.41, requesting support to approve a submission of an application to the Union of BC Municipalities for Asset Management Planning Grant in the amount of $25,000 for the development of a performance-based asset management renewal framework for capital assets in the right-of-way, and that council support the provision of an in-house contribution of $35,000 of funds sourced from the asset management business area, including in-kind contributions of staff time to match the grant application amount on this date, July 2024. We have staff here for questions, relatively straightforward, but we are available if council has any questions.
Thanks so much. Any questions for clarification? Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
I was jumping the gun.
I don't see any of the lights going. So if you want to jump the gun.
I was going to move the recommendation if that's all right. Thanks.
All right, it's been moved and seconded by Councillor Frisch, I believe. And any final questions before I call the question? Seeing none, all those in favor? And motion carries. Moving on to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs Infrastructure Planning Grant application, and I'll pass it back to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. We'll also have in front of council a infrastructure planning grant program application, and the recommendation is that council approve submission of an application to the local government infrastructure planning grant program in the value of $10,000 for the documentation of an enterprise-wide technology blueprint for asset management applications and data. As previous, staff are available for questions.
So any questions for clarification? Seeing none, if somebody would like to. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And motion carries, and we'll move into the McPhee's Meadow update. Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you very much. Through Mayor and Council, we have an update on McPhee Meadows, and our Adam is going to join us. My apologies, I'm stumbling on the introduction. Adam Pitcher is going to give an overview of the project and an update to council.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Through the city mayor, through the city manager to council. Staff report in front of you details the work our team has been up to over the last year. The report recommends applying for a change in use permit with Environment Canada to build an accessible path to the proposed McPhee Meadows Park. Happy to take any questions you might have.
All right, well, that was a brief thing, so that's fantastic. I don't see any questions. Oh, questions for clarification. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mary. This is a fairly significant report, and I don't want to dismiss it without some discussion. It's my understanding that we've been presented with three options, and essentially what staff are recommending is that we take the middle ground. And the issue is accessibility to the meadows once the development work actually takes place. So I wasn't 100% clear from the report. It talked about engagement with the accessibility committee, and basically they expressed that they wanted to see the park accessible. I wasn't clear whether the option 2 that's being recommended had been specifically discussed with the group and what their feelings were about that. My own view is that much as we would like everywhere to be accessible, there are some areas that quite frankly aren't. And I think the environmental values here, which underlie the dedication of the property in the first place, are pretty important to preserve. But if we can accommodate some accessibility measures, so much the better. So I'm just curious about whether the specifics of option 2 have in fact been discussed.
Thanks for that question. Through the mayor to Councillor Hillian, no, the specific options weren't discussed, but when we had that discussion, we were speaking specifically about the BC Active Transportation Design Guidelines, you know, and I think I would agree with you that finding an option that does meet within the BC Active Transportation Design Guidelines would be a goal for everybody. And so option 2 does meet that guideline of 8% grades throughout with landings at every 50 meters.
Okay, and this is primarily talking about not the access that would go from 3rd Street and the ENN lands, but the access over to Harmston and in that area there.
Yeah, that's specifically at 3rd and Harmston, yes.
Okay, and so we're essentially talking about redesigning that path down the slope.
Yes, that would be the change. Everything else that is that was previously considered in the project is still present, but it is just the change of that access path from the street level down into the meadow.
Okay, thanks very much.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Hillian and Councillor McCollum. Oh, Councillor Jolie, that was strange, but
Thanks. I'll go. I don't know. Yeah, I'll go.
apologies, the microphone.
I have a few clarification questions. And just I'll just go with the one that's kind of similar to Councillor Hillian. So the other planned entrance exit with first the ENN, the ICF area. Have we done any design work and understanding if we are planning to make that entrance accessible? And would you have an estimate if that would be more expensive if we made that entrance accessible versus the existing Harmston 3rd?
So I should say we have divided this project into 3 phases now, and phase 1 is the Meadows area specifically. So when we think about ICF lands, that's phase 3. And we will encounter the same issue in phase 3 as phase 1. You need to come back up that hill one way or another. So it is very challenging in either direction, and would expect them to be pretty similar, I would expect.
Okay, thanks. I'll get back in line.
Thanks for that. And now, Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, yeah, certainly there's some competing challenges and interests here when we're looking at how we proceed. And, you know, it strikes me that I think when we initiated trying to develop this land donation so that the public could have access to it, we thought the process, at least I certainly did, would be more straightforward. We had engagement with the neighborhood probably midpoint. I think it was actually maybe even pre-2020. And of course, COVID has changed the timelines as well. But currently, no one has access to McPhee Meadows, and we certainly have a lot more development happening downtown. And I guess what I'm wondering is, you know, it seems to me that option 1 is pretty straightforward. We have a fairly clear sense of how long and that would take because there's no permitting challenges. And it seems to me we're doing maybe a bit of widening at the top and changing the surface to gravel from, I assume, dirt and grass right now. If we were to go with option 1 and wait until a later phase to redesign that slope, maybe after we got a second access point developed at a later phase, how much cost are we adding to this event? Like, how much more expensive would that be to do it option 1 now and option 2 later versus just going with option 2? I know that's kind of a wordy question, but hopefully you understand what I mean there.
Thanks for the question. The building of this access road is a considerable portion of this scope of work. So I'd hesitate to put a cost estimate on it, but the majority of the work is building this road. And if we do proceed with option 2 or 3 for that matter, I mean, these are, they're definitely more impactful pieces of work when compared to option 1. Option 1 would be minor upgrades. When you're thinking about option 2, where you're seeing retaining walls, you're seeing more tree removal. It's, you know, it is somewhat standard construction work, but nonetheless, it is more more detailed and does expand the scope when compared to option 1.
Yeah, sorry, I don't think I asked my question. It was a bit rambly, so I'll just back up a bit. If we were to do option 1 now and then do option 2 later, how much work or how much efficiency is lost by developing it as laid out in option 1 and then at a later point when we have another access point, fixing the accessibility piece as outlined in option 2.
And before you start talking, Mr. Davidson would like to jump in.
Yeah, thank you for the question through the CIO to Mayor and Council. Yes, interesting question. There would be additional costs. So if we did build option 1 first and then came back at a later time to build option 2 or 3, there would be some rework required, specifically around the top of the entrance. If we went with option 3 later, it would be a significant departure from what option 1 is. Option 2 and option 1 are similar, but there would definitely still be some extra work and extra costs there. We would be likely excavating works that would have to be done as part of option 1. Additionally, I would highlight if we defer works to a later time, we are still experiencing significant amounts of inflation and escalation in construction costs. So that would also drive up the costs we'd anticipate to see. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that context. And I guess as a follow-up, how much certainty do we have around the timeline for option 2? It seems to me that we're having this project is delivering complexities as we go. And, you know, I thought we would have seen this park accessible to the public already. And now we're looking at maybe what looks to be 2027. So if we're going with option 2, is that a pretty solid timeline, or is there a fair amount of uncertainty with the permitting as outlined there?
That's a great question. Thank you. Yes, there's a fair amount of uncertainty with both options 2 and option 3. Much more uncertainty with option 3 than option 2, but option 2 it's not guaranteed that we can construct that. We would have to go back and work with the regulating authorities, specifically Nature Trust BC and the federal program under which the city received these lands. It's not guaranteed that they would approve these changes. And if they did approve these changes, there would be works that the city would have to undertake to manage the environmental impacts as a result. So we do anticipate there would be some significant time required to work through this process with them. So there's no guarantee that we could construct it by I believe we're anticipating 2026 in the reports. That's our best guess at this point, but that is flexible. Whereas alternatively with option 1, that option was largely approved when the lands were originally gifted. So the staff feel much more confident that could proceed in a timely fashion.
Yeah, thanks for that. So we could go through this whole process of permitting and end up right back at option 1.
You know, if they bring her in here, I'll just put her in her crate. I was gonna try and roll the crate into Sophia's.
We have a participant.
Somehow.
Just hang tight for. There's a
I
cat.
don't think they realize that.
Scott, we'll just mute him. Hi, Scott. Your microphone's not muted.
Your mic's on. Yeah, so I mean, the risk here is that we proceed down this option 2 path, have a longer timeline, less certainty, and then we could end up doing option 1, which will also cost more in 2 years. So I do have some concerns around it because, like I said at the beginning, it's currently not open to the public at all. And I certainly do think that if at all possible, we really do want to invest the extra funds in ensuring that as many people can access it as possible. But it's an imperfect path ahead, and it's really competing with some of the other intended uses when that land was donated. And I sometimes, compromises are needed. So I'm quite conflicted on this one.
Great, thanks, Councillor McCollum, and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, I also feel very similarly, and we have the Puntledge Park, which I guess we've received the report back from the Accessibility Committee around other neighboring parks and if they're accessible. I think we think about the same attributes of this park: shaded trees, green space, access to water. Do we know that Puntledge's meets the BCAT accessibility standards? And then my second question on that is, I know that the Comox Valley accessibility strategy is in development, but have we as a city taken on BCAT standards as our standards? Is that something that we are committing to or we have committed to?
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you for the question through the CAO to the councillor. Very good questions. I cannot speak to how accessible Puntledge Park is. I don't have any knowledge of that analysis at this time, unfortunately. I'll answer the second question and then refer to our Director of Rec. Regarding the second question, just temporarily escaping me. I'm so sorry. Could you please repeat it?
BCAT standards
sorry.
and the Comox Valley accessibility strategy.
Yes,
Committee.
thank you. I don't believe there's a formal adoption of that at the policy level. However, we do consider it in all of our projects where they may be, up for consideration. We, of course, we leave that direction to council. We are keenly aware, and we always endeavor to include projects as accessible as much as possible. But I don't think it is confirmed as a policy.
Okay, thanks.
Right, and Ms. O'Connell. Yes.
Thank you. Regarding the question around the accessibility framework, so the city council had joined and co-wrote the accessibility framework, which is the foundational perspective document that was agreed to at a regional level. In regards to the development of the actual accessibility framework, that's work that will be initiated later on this year, which would include things like an audit, looking at our current accessibility standards, if we have them from a policy perspective in any of the various areas. It'll be looking at practices and then coming back to council with those policy decisions. So that is something that would be coming to council at a future date to make the decision as to whether or not you want to set a standard and would require all future projects to adhere to those standards. And the development of the framework itself would also be done in consultation with the Accessibility Advisory Committee. So they would be having input into that process as well, and council would have the benefit of their perspective in the deliberations regarding the policy decisions. There would be a significant number of policy decisions to make within the development of the accessibility framework. So I imagine that work will take a fair amount of time. It's quite a significant project, but we'll initiate this year.
All right. Oh, and Ms. Saunders. Oh.
Okay, through the Mayor, Councillor Jolicoeur, just to answer your question, I can't answer specifically about Puntledge Park, but can speak just in general around our nature parks. So parks in Courtenay are designated as neighborhood or community or nature parks, according to our Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So our nature parks have a wide variety of trails and access points, and the ability for us to create accessible paths is often determined by the environmental limitations or implications for each park. Many of our nature parks are governed by management plans. There is a management plan was written for McPhee Meadows quite a while ago. And those management plans typically direct staff as to what we can do with the paths, how managed they are, what kinds of structures we can put in, et cetera. So McPhee Meadows, which would be a nature park, can follow a similar pattern in that sense, that we have a wide variety of sort of paths, maintenance, trails, and what we can do based on those management plans. And McPhee has the added complication of the federal ecological gift program, which puts more restrictions on the park.
Great, thanks for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. How's that? I'm equally conflicted with the competing interests of accessibility versus the desire to keep this as natural as possible, as was desired by the people who donated it, and also what I think is a fairly considerable cost in dollar wise. Although I think the creating a wall and infilling that area might be my biggest concern. So I'm actually leaning towards option one and leaving it as is and moving this project forward a little faster.
Excellent. Appreciate that. Any more questions for clarification? Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just wondering from staff perspective, how quickly we need to make a decision on this. There is reference in the report to consulting with the McPhee family and others. And I've had the opportunity to walk through this area several times with people who live there, and I actually do care what they think on this issue. And so I think it would be useful if there was an opportunity to get some sense of that. I didn't know Bob McPhee well, but he was a very community-minded person, as evidenced by the fact that this land was donated for the benefit of the general public. And I would like to get some sense from his family of what his perspective may have been on making this available to as many people in the community as possible. You know, we in previous eras, we didn't think about these issues. If you happen to not have good use of your legs and relied on a mobile scooter or a wheelchair or something like that, there were just a lot of places that you didn't go. I'm sure that wasn't an issue when the steps at Goose Spit were made up the slope. I mean, there's no way that that's accessible for people with serious mobility challenges. But we're not talking about such an extreme slope here that some accommodation might be made. So that's why I'm asking how urgent it is that we make this decision tonight, or whether there might be some opportunity to think about it for a couple of weeks.
Mr. Garvin.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council as a whole. I've heard a number of commentary in the last 3 years regarding this park. We're trying to take action. We do need some specific direction as there are cost implications. Respectfully, there was a donation. We've gone through a process. We now have to we have a management plan and the like. So council could defer the consideration of this. It will then bring it back likely at the earliest in September 11th is our next meeting. We do have projects that we want to proceed, but I would not want to in any way diminish, council wanting to engage particularly with the the donor group. I would caution, however, then who else then would we be discussing this matter with when we have concepts that have gone to the community? So can take direction to defer pending some more information gathering. We can take any direction with respect to those options, and we can take action per however council wants to proceed. But I would acknowledge that there's been a lot of question and from both the neighborhood and the interested parties as to when this project will get off and be initiated and hopefully completed.
Right, thanks for that. Councillor Joker.
Yeah, just one more question, just piggybacking on Councillor Hillian. And I would say that I think we did reach out to the accessibility committee. They are a key partner and they've been clear in their position on option one. So I feel like we have a clear indication on where they stand and the folks that they represent. In terms of touching base with, additional consultation on this, is there a way for us to get a pulse from Environment Canada and the other referring bodies rather than going through what I imagine is quite an extensive permitting process and application process? Are we able to have informal conversations with them just to say, would this fly? Is this are you guys, is this something that you would see it approving? Because that might actually help at least me make a decision as well. Is like, I see the timeline, it does extend multiple quarters, that option 2 that we could potentially save if we're able to get some informal insight from them. So.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Jolicoeur. So I have spoken with the folks at Nature Trust BC and Environment Canada somewhat informally and asked them this exact question, you know, and so they want to see an application if we are going to change. They want to see a formalized application submitted with supporting documentation as far as what we can do to add additional environmental benefits to the site. So we do need to go through that process in order for Environment Canada to make an informed decision, I guess. So they didn't say yes, they didn't say no, but I think they would like to see the details on what we are proposing.
Okay. I'll pass it over to Mr. Davidson.
Yeah, thank you. If I could just add a little bit further to Mr. Pitcher's response through the CEO, the councillor. Environment Canada has been receiving some feedback from some interested members in the public who have background in environmental studies. And so it's they've made it clear that there are concerned parties with a keen eye on this. And so there will be a due amount of rigor applied to this application, any deviation from what was originally proposed for the lands there.
Thanks for that bit of information. And Councillor Moore.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think that I mean, this has been kind of in the work plan for a long time, and I know that we had actually asked for it to be bumped up to be expedited, and it's just been dragging on. And I think that also creates some angst in the community as well when they don't really know what's happening, and you know, for the family also. I mean, I don't want to speculate on that per se, but I imagine, you know, this project's been on the docket for a long time, and as much as I obviously really support us having as much accessibility as possible, more natural parks do tend to have more challenges around accessibility, and I think the intention of this donation was to keep it as a more natural park and not with a bunch of, you know, extra amenities, like to really be able to appreciate the natural surroundings and the environment there. So I guess I would be inclined to you know, to stick with option 1 to get this going. That's my feeling. I think that, you know, maybe there will be a way at some point, you know, maybe there'll be accessibility grants or something down the road that we can look at. But I really would love to see this get going is where I'm at. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Morin and Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Also feeling very torn about this. I would like to see this park open to the public much sooner rather than later, and there are good reasons why it's taken the time it has, and it's no complaint to staff on that front. But it's a very rare thing that we can create a new park this scale. And if it's to try and facilitate greater density in the downtown, I think we need to think about all the residents of downtown who are hopefully be able to benefit from it. And while I don't know if Puntledge Park is accessible, I live very close to it, and I would guess that the slope is more than 8 degrees by quite a wide margin. And I think that part of the reason that I live in this city, and many of us do, is we love the river. It's a part of what makes Courtenay what it is. And I think for us to go, when we have an existing park, which is much like Puntledge, which is not accessible, to create a second park, which is also not accessible, it's something I feel I'm conflicted, but I just don't feel that that's something that I would want a path I'd want us to go down. So while it will result in a delay, it's obviously this park has been, you know, it's been many years that this has not been accessible to the public, and there needs to be one more year to make it accessible to the overwhelming majority of the public rather than just the able-bodied members. That may just be a price we need to pay, but I think that nature parks, when I think of a nature park, I think of some of the wooded trails like Roy Morrison Park, where it would take enormous work to be able to make that accessible. This is essentially, it's a meadow, it's in the name, the flat space. It's an altered space, altered by people. And the only challenge is just getting to it. It's getting down to that level. Once you're there, it would very easily be accessible. I guess with a lot of being torn, I am still favoring option 2, despite the fact that it is going to regrettably cause a further delay in getting public access to the park. So a difficult decision. I appreciate the views of all of my colleagues, and I know everyone's got good intentions going into this, and this is where I happen to land, as I think I'm in favor of option 2.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton. And yeah, this is certainly a question of conflict, between not just trying to do everything for everybody, but also even if we make a decision beyond, say, option 1, we may run into some challenges just even trying to get through that implementation, and that timeline could be extended depending on how things are received. And yeah, so definitely a very difficult decision. Councillor Henry.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate everyone's thoughts. I think we should be optimistic, and I think we want to demonstrate to as wide a group of our citizens as possible that we have tried. And on that basis, I'd like to move the recommendation.
Okay, so option 2 has been moved and seconded. Any further comments before we take the vote? Councillor Frisch?
Just want to be clear. We're technically moving option 1, which is the design of option 2. So the one on the screen, yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. So now it's been moved, seconded. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Moore.
I just have a question about the funding piece. I recognize that going with this option, there may be some timeline issues with Environment Canada or even not even approving it. But in terms of the funding, does it impact any of that going with this option?
Thanks for the question. Yes, we do have, based on the Class D cost estimates that we have for these concepts, we do have funding for to complete option 2 if you desired, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And yeah, thanks.
Okay, Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, on the topic of funding, I just as a refresher, we did allocate Growing Communities funds to this project. And when do those need to be spent by?
Mr. Davidson.
I would refer that question to our CFO. Sorry,
that buck went
I
right
don't have
on
that
over.
date memorized in my head. We had a number of years, but it's been a year and a half since we received those funds. So if we, assume 4 or 5 years is a reasonable time to spend that, that's kind of our timeline.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we're assuming that the federal government will get back to us on a optimistic timeline. Yeah, I mean, I don't know of any approval requests that I've seen come to us where we've had to go to the federal government. Certainly the province, where I'm quite familiar with what we could expect and who we can engage with. And again, I know I asked this already, but like how much certainty do we have on Environment Canada and their timelines around responding to these? I feel like from what I have heard, they're not, maybe Environment Canada specifically, but the federal government is not known for fast turnaround in our information requests in the past. So yeah, what are we hoping the turnaround on our application timeline would be, and how much wiggle room do we have there?
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you for the question. To the CEO, to the councillor. I wouldn't comment on the federal government's ability to turn this around. I would say staff are hopeful we could turn around at least some indicative level response within 2 to 3 months of submitting our application and at least getting some direction. I'm sure there's going to be some engagement required on their part. Depending on the responses received, it may be longer or shorter. If we can come up with some sort of a environmental management plan to offset the impacts to the park, it may go relatively quickly. And if this management plan is acceptable to all interested parties, it may go relatively smoothly. If we encounter some roadblocks and or our design specifically around removing trees and adding in the shoring up walling is deemed more impactful, that may be a very challenging hurdle for us to pass. So regarding level of risk, there is a chance that it could go smoothly. However, there is also a very real chance that it could be a drawn out process and results in the application being rejected. There's a very real opportunity for that.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I think just weighing that and also the downside of the lack of efficiency in doing option 1 and 2, I think I'm more comfortable with going that route of opening up the park under option 1 and then exploring the changes to our management plan at a future date. I think given the level of investment to have the public access it sooner, and I would hate for us to delay any progress on gaining public access only to have our application denied and be back at option 1. So I'm still leaning toward that. So I think I'll be voting against the recommendation.
Okay, and Councillor Moore.
Yeah, I think you alluded to that there's quite a bit of attention on this, and that might contribute to this process with Environment Canada. And I know that we certainly have had several emails around the concerns around disturbing this area. And so that's another kind of red flag for me that there could be that aspect of public pressure or public involvement with this. So I mean, I know that it's kind of a crystal ball, you don't really know, but is that fair to say that you were alluding to that aspect, that this has had some attention and that could contribute to the process with the Environment Canada?
Yes, thank you for the question. The project team has received concerns as expressed by the councillor. And then we're aware that the regulators have also identified that they've received similar concerns from members of the public who seem to be quite knowledgeable in environmental sciences. So
that's where I'm kind of at here, is that and I don't know. And I mean, Councillor Hillian brought up the idea of speaking to the family, but I somehow don't. I mean, I didn't know Bob McPhee well either, but I know that he did work on he worked on the Sims Park committee as well. And I did have a little bit of contact with him during that. And I don't know if that was the intention to go with that option to kind of design. Anyway, thanks.
And Councillor Schulter.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Obviously, I think there's consensus. We want this project done as fast as possible. So I'm wondering if a happy medium might be if we, remove the recommendation, pass this recommendation. But I see if you look at the schedule, the timeline for option 1, can we do the complete detailed design of option one while we're also doing the application, so that if we hear from Environment Canada or the other referring agencies that we have that design ready to go to tender, and that we don't actually fall behind in the option one timeline. Like, are we able to resource your team to be able to do that so that we have that backup option one ready to go if we receive the no from Environment Canada? Like, is that possible? And if yes, what resources or deprioritization of other projects can we talk about so that this gets going as fast as possible?
Yes, that's a good question. Very strategic approach. I appreciate the question. Yeah, through the CA to the councillor, that is possible. We're talking about duplicating efforts on the detailed design portion and also the permit application process. Likely the consultant wouldn't have a secondary design team standing by that could, do the other design in parallel. I anticipate there would be some impacts to schedule if we attempted to advance both designs simultaneously, or at least carry on with design option one while, advancing design option two sufficient to the level to support the application with Federal Ecological Gifts Program. It is possible. It will result in additional schedule overall, even for option one, and then certainly additional design costs. I don't think we're prepared to estimate those costs tonight, but they wouldn't be insignificant, I would say. Would not be insignificant, double negative, they would be significant. Sorry.
Yeah, and I just would assume that given that option one is the least amount of change to the existing landscape, that the design would probably not be significantly complicated. So I would hope that the cost would be lower with option one. So that's something that I would look to see if there's support around the table, like just, to address the concerns around timing. Because it would potentially only push us back maybe one quarter rather than a year. So looking to others for their thoughts, I guess, on that.
Well, I haven't spoken yet, so maybe I'll throw in a little bit of thought, which might be kind of along these lines, like having a very clear go, no go timeline. So if option two, if that gets passed this evening, that there's a time in which if we don't have a positive response back by a certain period, because obviously there'll be some back and forth, it sounds like regardless, then at that point we move to option one. But again, are we talking 1 or 2 quarters? And so I'd look to staff to say, like, this could be something that is brought back to council in that specific, in a specified amount of time to say, here's where the negotiations are. They're looking good. They're not looking good. But I'm not sure how far, if that's going to be a year from now. Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you, through the mayor. I think Mr. Pitcher had indicated federal approval processes, and these things are not sort of like, this is what we sort of want to do. I'm just sort of channeling that. You need to be definitive. You need to have design, because they're talking about habitat compensation, that, so I mean, in a entirely flexible world, that could be that. This property has a number of unusual characteristics as it relates to who has an interest, who has a regulatory interest. So when I say have an interest, that's an interest trust, and then the regulatory interest around Environment Canada, as well as the Ecological Gift Program. So it is quite complicated. I did perhaps hear support for option one, and I may be paraphrasing Director Jolicoeur, and that get direction to do the work related to the access under the option two at some later phase. And I think in a previous question, sort of alluded to, there could be more costs related to morphing the phase, the option one design. But each one of those options results in is slightly different iterations. So again, quite complex.
Yeah, and again, one of the first things is that even the conversations with family and community groups, which might also create an impasse of some sort. Councillor Moore.
Thanks, Mayor. I think part of the complexity here also is that this is donated land. So this is not like a purpose-built Courtenay Park where we're following all our best practice for what we want, and we're establishing a city park. I mean, this is donated land. The regional district, other municipalities and Courtenay have had numerous parcels of land donated for some public space or park or whatever. And most of the donors are probably not thinking about all the aspects that we would think about when we create a city park. And I think when we have something donated, we do need to think about what the intention was of that donation. And I mean, we could have a piece of property donated and we all decide that, oh, there should be playgrounds and there should be this and splash parks and stuff. And unless that donor specifically said no to that, maybe we would go ahead, and then the family say, oh, my dad would be horrified to see all that stuff on that donated land. So I think there is that quandary between how do we honor someone's donation and the intention, as well as try to have our best practice in place from the city perspective. But I think it is a bit different when we're looking at donated land. So yeah, I mean, I'm still leaning towards option one, and I certainly have a lot of empathy for people with mobility issues. I've had a bad foot injury in the last while, and it's cramped my style in terms of accessibility, and has really I haven't been able to do some of the things that I've been wanting that I would normally do in nature. And it's awful, but I also think that that we're not always looking at the ideal piece of land for all the boxes that we want to check off. So thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Moore and Councilor Zucker.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to clarify from the city manager's comments, I was suggesting that I'm in favor of the recommendation from staff, which is on the screen, that is moved and seconded, that we're discussing, potentially with an amendment that if we receive a no from the referring bodies, that staff directly go into the timeline and the process for option one. I personally don't need to talk about this again. I think in the staff report, it says if we're unsuccessful, that you'd come back with a staff report. It is what it is. Maybe the cost might have gone up a little bit because it's 6 months from now or 5 months from now, but I don't think that I personally need to see and make another decision. I would like to just give you the direction and have you prioritize your team as needed to get the work done as fast as possible. So that's what I would be leaning to, is an amendment to this stating that at the appropriate time, if we receive the negative from the referring bodies, that we move directly into option one.
Are you looking for a seconder?
And I'd also look for staff to help me word that in the most appropriate way. But that's, yeah. We got Councilor.
All right, and we'll just stand by as staff make that sound as eloquent as possible, and so that it has good clarity.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, Councilor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly ask, I thought I heard, and I just want to make sure I'm not incorrect, that we thought, well, this is Chris who had this voice there, that we would have some initial indication from the federal government within a couple of months. Like I think you said 2 to 3 months, or maybe it's you, Adam. But I think since delay is the fundamental thing we're talking about, if this amendment goes through where the day you hear that 2 isn't going to work, the next morning everyone gets up and starts working on option 1, how long is that period before we get a clear actionable decision on option 2? I think I heard 2 to 3 months. Just want to confirm that.
All right, Mr. Davidson.
Excellent question. Thank you through the CA to the councillor. We understand it'll likely be 2 to 3 months for the review period from the federal ecological gift.
program. Staff would also need time to prepare the design and the application process, so that would likely be another 2 to 3 months. So likely 6 months, we would expect to have at least an initial response. Adam's nodding with his, likely 6 months. Of course, if we heard something sooner, we would message that back. We would action it immediately. Yeah, we understand how important this project is. Yeah.
Right. Thanks for that, Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I think if we need to revisit this decision because it's not proceeding the way we intended, I would want it to come back to council. And for that reason, I'm not going to support it, even though I do like the idea of being well prepared to pivot. Although my preference is still to go with option one and revisit accessibility at a later date. But to me, I don't really see a downside in getting a report back and considering what our options are in 6 months or 12 months if this doesn't proceed. So
Thanks. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks. Is the recommendation changing? Is there something on the? Is there an amendment on the floor?
Yeah. So it's not updated on the screen just yet, but it's.
Well, yeah, on the amendment, I mean, I'll make the point. I think it applies to both the original moved motion and the one as amended. You know, I'm opposed to them because of the delay issues, because of the environmental issues, because of the cost issues. And, you know, I advocate for AAA facilities and active transportation in other areas, but it doesn't mean I advocate for those facilities absolutely everywhere, because I don't think it's realistic. I don't think my child should be able to ride his bike on every single road and highway and on and on. And at some point there's a line, and this, for me, this park is that line. This was donated to be a nature park, and I don't really want to see it filled in amongst other issues. So I'm opposed to it.
Thanks for that. Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Your Mayor. So just to clarify, so the amendment that's on the floor is essentially, that's been moved by Councillor Jolicoeur and seconded by Councillor Cole Hamilton, is that the motion be amended to add that in the event the required approval from Environment Canada and other regulatory bodies is denied, staff be authorized to proceed with the detailed design of option one, notify the McPhee family, the Comox Valley Social Planning Accessibility Committee, Environment Canada, Nature Trust BC, as well as the public of the decision to begin construction as soon as possible. So that was not the option one to approve the option two, but the option two in the report that's now being added to option one as an amendment. So sequential, essentially.
All right. Hopefully that's clear.
Thank you.
And so that's an amendment that's on the floor. Any questions or comments to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment. And amendment carries. We had, sorry, I should have said those opposed. And so Councillor Frisch, Councillor Morin were opposed. So now the motion as amended, are there any questions or comments before I take the vote on that? Seeing none, all those in.
Oh, no, sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. You made me think about it though, so you sounded very confident. So I appreciate that. Made me think. So appreciate it nonetheless. All right. All those in favor of the motion as amended. Any opposed? And I am voting in favor of it. So the motion carries, I believe. And Councilor McCollum, I believe, was opposed as well. Motion carries. Dinner has arrived, so we are going to take a recess till 6:50. And so we'll update the PowerPoint and we'll be back shortly. All right, welcome back, everybody. And we'll continue on with our regular council meeting, and we're on item 4.5.1, Community and Social Development Framework and Action Plan, and I will pass it over to Ms. Saunders.
Thank you through the mayor to council. Just do a quick introduction before I pass it over to Joanne Bays, our community development coordinator. Just very excited to be here tonight with an overview of our community and social development framework and action plan. This is a long time in the making, and Joanne has been working on developing this over the last 6 or 8 months with community partners and in her interactions with community. So just want to pass it over to Joanne and she'll give you an overview.
Great. Thank you for that, Sue, and Mayor to Council. I also want to acknowledge that there were a number of community people in the audience here. That little fan thing happening. I've got Kathy. And previously we had Megan from VHA. So we have nonprofit organizations who were here also online. We have Indigenous support people. So pretty excited that I'm getting phone calls today about this actually. So I think it's timely. So I'm here to talk about building community, which is near and dear to my heart. I've been working in this for about 3 decades. And when I talk about building community, I'm talking about strengthening relationships around place, strengthening the social fabric of our community, so to make it healthier, happier, more resilient, stronger. That's what it's about. Today, as Sue said, I've got 10 minutes apparently, so I'm going to whiz through these. I'm going to try to whiz through these. Oh, I lost it. Oh, no. There we go. So here I'm going to be providing an overview of a proposed approach for the creation of a community and social development framework and an action plan. And as I've been here in the community, looking at what you've already done, looking more broadly beyond our community, looking in the research and data around this stuff, I'm so excited to see, pleased actually to see I'm nestled in a place that's very receptive to this work, and that we are guided already with a really strong OCP that gives us a vision, goals, direction, and even outlines the approach. So where I thought I had to develop a framework, that's pretty much articulated in our OCP right now. And as I've went out to community, I've found a huge resonance with what's in there. So you've done a really good job of engaging community so far. I hope that you'll give me approval to the scope and proposed work in the next steps. As I said, we'll fly through these slides. So the first one, really the important, I'm providing a little bit of context, which you're all familiar with, but we are this city in transition, moving a little muni moving into a big one. Huge increase in the number of people who've moved here. A lot of seniors like myself, and big change in demographics, massive demands on us with our limited capacity on basic needs, housing, food, transportation, you name it. Massive challenges happening at the same time, from the pandemic to a toxic drug supply, problems with supply of goods and services, inflation, you name it, we're dealing with that. And I also like to point out one of the technological changes too, because it'll come to what I'm going to talk about with social connections, that the way we communicate with one another and where we go to, what's our go-to source for information, tends to be the computer now, not each other as much. And we have social platforms out there that can be quite divisive. So there are lots of things going on in our community that sort of speaking to the need for better connections. New people moving here wanting to connect, people living here not wanting to lose what they had. And so on top of that, there are decrees coming down about what we need to do to fix the problem. Bill 44 is a good example of that, and the time and the capacity actually engage communities. So there's this want to belong, this want to connect. So the very visible impact, you can see one of them, and I walk past it every day when I go to work, and that is homelessness and poverty and people who are living with addictions on the street. and mental illness. And so brain injury, we see all of that, but less visible is the erosion of the social contract. Okay, loss of connectivity, not completely, but this is happening to us. And loss of a sense, loneliness and belonging. And I think I said in this report that this is not just our issue, it's a global issue. I don't know how many of you know that the World Health Organization has actually decreed loneliness as large of a risk factor to social well-being and health as smoking, as drinking, as obesity, and even as air pollution. So there's lots of issues, research tied to what happens when we're feeling disconnected. If you speak to one of the people who are living on the street, suffering from addictions, they'll say the opposite of addiction is connection. So increasingly, as I've been here for the 6 months, I found myself at these tables in the community who are trying to respond to this issue. And there are multiple tables in our community. And I'm there with colleagues who are trying to figure out what's our identity here? What's our place? What's our approach? How can we do this better? Because it's crisis intervention mostly. So, oops, I got to get this straight here. And so I think we all, every authority, every government authority who's at the table has hired a community developer or a social planner or somebody who's interested in building connections. And that's pretty interesting because we all see the promise of community and the potential to get things done if we bring more people to the table. One of the key deliverables when you hired me was this framework and an action plan, something that would help us work together better. As I said, I'm nestled in this community that has a great OCP, and community well-being is right there at one of our cardinal directions, building relationships, investing in neighborhoods. And there you have it, our approach, collective asset-based action policy addressing the determinants of health. And I pulled this right out of our OCP. Those are the determinants of health. I put the earth under it because we don't go anywhere without a healthy planet. And the ones that are in red circles are the ones I found myself working on, from saving trees in Vanier Park to putting menstrual products in bathrooms. And I won't go through asset-based community development and the determinants of health approach other than to say what I'm suggesting we're doing is empowering community, realigning our approach with community a bit, doing a couple of specific strategies with the intent to come up with, build on assets out there versus looking at issues. And with the goal, of course, affecting change. And not just any change, I'm looking at change to the structures, the determinants. And in practice, this is right out of my thesis. I'm happy to go through this if you want some time, but basically, a community developer is a change agent. And we apply all kinds of skills to move community through stages of change on a continuum to get to their vision. We aren't the professionals who provide and lead. We are the support people. We meet communities where they're at, and our community is very much in this stage 1, reacting to problems, and stage 2 is bringing people together to create parallel systems where the systems are not working. And stage 3 would be then finding policy to support that work. I'm going to talk about our political context other than to say it's very complex. There's lots of fingers in the social determinant pie. But as a municipality, when we talk about social issues, they're more so in our face than other places. We've got a lot of social service agencies here. And the thing that I found astounding, and I think it's one of the reasons I moved here, is we've got such a caring community, huge numbers of tables of people doing things, rolling up their sleeves, whether they're handing out sandwiches, whatever, they wanted to get the work done. But we're seeing burnout there, lack of capacity, issues with coordination, gaps, overlaps of work. And then those little stars are really to represent all of the new people moving into our region who could be helping us get this work done, like myself, like Kathy, and she's been here a little while. But yeah, it was astounding, 191 registered nonprofit organizations here, 40 of them dealing with housing and homelessness. When I looked elsewhere, we're not the only one developing social and community development frameworks. And so when I kind of synthesized what I saw in the research and visiting people, I came up with this diagram, which is a living diagram, but it's an emerging asset-based community development health promotion framework. And it's rooted in our cardinal directions, principles. It has a really nice strong trunk to guide us along. The regional growth strategy, the OCP. We're talking about building relationships around place. And in the center is the vision. And this was developed with community members, but I assume this is going to change when I get the right people around the table or different people around the table. The first layer of leaves are goals that the table would set. And the outer layer are the already existing plans and strategies that our goals are going to help to come to fruition. Our community is tired of frameworks. They're ready for action. And so I think I'm going to go for this bottom-up approach to really crystallize that framework. And the two strategies that came out that people are most excited about, one is a neighborhood network strategy. I don't know if I need to explain that. Basically, place-based building neighborhoods. It could also be schools, like place-based could be the 6th Street corridor. It could be a church, but we're building connections around that. And then the Better Together strategy, I'm playing a supportive role with all of those tables that are out there. I'm not creating a new table, but I'm bringing the players together, the social service players, to see where they're at on that continuum and to develop a better picture of what's going on out there. And then where we fit in there. What is our unique identity? What is our unique approach? A lot of these tables are regional. And I should say that this is going to really fall into our community planning already. We got some stuff going on in Harmston Park and with city as well, the city development. It could fit in with where the school's going, school district, community schools. So there's many ways that this could sort of build on what we've already got. And there you can see some of the desired outcomes, better communications with their community, alignment with plans with what the community's needs and aspirations are, a map, visual of what we've got and how to act together more cohesively. A project timeline, yeah, I'm hoping that by the fall of 2026 to actually put some of these strategies into action and have evaluated them and then have used the data to help us really crystallize that framework and develop a longer term plan, which would have these two strategies as sort of foundation. So I'm hoping you'll approve what I proposed here in terms of the framework and actually what are the actual, I have the actual recommendations in front of me, just in here. I think I'm just looking for direct support for what I've put forward. As it says, yeah, that to approve, endorse the proposed scope of work and subsequent steps detailed in the staff report governing the establishment of a community and social development framework and action plan. And I'm hoping that you'll direct staff to execute the Better Together and neighborhood network strategies that are outlined in that report, which are designed to enhance community capacity, resilience, and social well-being. And I'm here for questions. I know I took more than 10 minutes, sorry.
That's okay. Dinner was a little bit long, so it took a little bit to get going. So,
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks so much for the presentation. Really appreciate it. I don't see any clarifying questions coming forward at this point. So with that, we could move into recommendations. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah. Going to move the recommendation.
It's been seconded, and Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Yeah, I fully support this development framework. Much of my working life was around asset-based community development work with youth primarily, but also in smaller communities. So there's a ton of research behind it going back many years. When we start focusing on the assets in the community rather than focusing on the problems, there's a really great shift there. And so I love that that's part of the approach. And also the neighborhood piece, I think, is hugely important. We know that, way back, we were connected to our neighborhoods. If you skipped school, your neighbor probably called you out because they knew you, and they're like, where are you going? Why aren't you in school today? There was a lot more connection. And it really fits into, I think, some of the regional work that we're doing around emergency services and food security and things like that. If we can create more of that neighborhood network and connection to each other. It's lofty goal to help shift those kind of I guess that paradigm shift with some of the things that you mentioned at the beginning, the technology and this people being connected to being online and that toxicity that happens. But I like the timeline. I think it's great that you're talking about having some action items fairly soon. I love the community approach and partnerships, and I'm excited that we've embarked on this community and social development plan. So thank you for the work and for the report.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor Morin and Councillor Gillian.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Joanne, for your energy and enthusiasm for this work. I guess when you've been around as long as I have, you've seen a lot of things like this come and go. A number of years ago, we formed a social planning society with very similar objectives. Eventually along came a community health network, very similar objectives. And it strikes me that a lot of what we end up doing is just creating more tables for the same people to show up at wearing different hats. So I just want to get some clarity. In the policy analysis, it identifies section 1.7 from the official community plan, which says identify an appropriate role for the city in the delivery of social infrastructure in relation to other organizations, agencies, and jurisdictions that provide service for equity priority groups. That seems to me like a fairly key piece of this. And I'm just wondering if you're saying that you're in fact in the process of identifying that role, or you have identified it, or that's what you're going to do over the next year or so. Because it strikes me that for this to be meaningful to people in the community, and not just being seen as another reorganizing of the bureaucratic chairs on the Titanic, that we need to have a pretty clear way of expressing to people what our objective is and what it actually is that we're doing. Does that make sense?
Mayor, to Councillor Hillman. So just to clarify, part of the process will be to identify our role, our unique identity, our approach, and what are the priorities. And so one of the things I'm proposing, or I've proposed with other tables that are already existing, I wouldn't be creating a new table, but for example, the Comox Valley Health, the Community Health Network, who has a lot of the players at the table. We're proposing a series of learning events, or maybe a large forum, where we would bring people together from the different sectors, and we would draw that map of that asset map, what's out there, what's going on, and where are you on this continuum of change that I was talking about. And then we would identify the gaps there, and who and which are a priority that we think we can address or are ready to address, and which ones where the city would fit in along the different social issues, right? Well, asset base, I guess we'll focus assets. So at the end of the day, I hope we do have a better map of what's going on there, and we also see our place and can articulate it. And we have stronger relationships with community to build on the assets that are out there to help them move along that continuum. Yes, I hope I've answered your question.
Thanks very much for that. Thanks, Councillor Hillian and Councillor Jolicoeur. Sorry for not letting you speak to the motion after you moved it.
That's okay. Thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the presentation and the first look at the draft template or the draft framework. I always get excited when social determinants of health are on the table. That's where I started my career as a nurse, and really happy to see that the city is really positioning itself as wanting to be a part of the established work. And I appreciate that in the staff report, you really highlighted in your presentation that there are a lot of strategies in the Comox Valley. I think people are genuinely quite tired of sitting around a table and talking. And so I appreciate the focus of this being action oriented. I know that many of us sit on the tables that you've listed. And so I'm really happy to know that we can go back to our partners and say we're ready to sit at the table and we're ready to be part of actioning some of these pieces. I do have a question as it relates to that beautiful diagram of the tree. What was not listed, I'm not sure if we can pull that back up, but what was not listed there, which is something that we hear quite regularly from community, and is interpreted and experienced in different ways depending on who you are, what the user group is safety. And council has spent a fair bit of time talking about how we see safety in the community. We hear regularly from community members. And so I'm just wondering if you can speak to that, not wanting to get into specific safety issues, but I mean, you did frame it, I think, really beautifully in terms of the unseen impacts of the social challenges we're experiencing as a society, of the broken social trust. And I think that leads to a sense of lack of safety for some, no matter what your experience and your lived experiences in life. And so I'm wondering how you see safety positioned in this diagram and in our work.
Yeah, the Mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur, I think I tried to say that it will really, this framework is based on the actors, the people in the community that I have dealt and been speaking with, and the strategies and plans that they put forward. I fully expect that the goals that I have, that first set of leaves, is going to change. It's going to reflect who is at the table when we pull this together. So if you're saying food safety is big issue in our community and we have that person or people at the table and that is what they want us to be working on as a goal together, that's going to appear there, right? So that's where you'll see it, and then it will be talking about how that builds out on other plans and strategies.
Yeah.
So this is a living symbol.
Yeah, thanks for that. Just as a follow-up, I think that one of the spheres of influence that this council and the city has is as a result of our relationship with enforcement in the community, both from the reactive enforcement that happens as a result of safety issues, but also in terms of our relationship to partners' roles in creating an environment so that everyone feels safe. So that would be something that I would be curious to see at our next iteration of the framework. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur and Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Through the Mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. Just to build on Joanne's point, as you said, this will evolve through our engagement with community. I do think from the research around asset-based community development and neighborhood networks that we know that through building connection and building community, people's sense of safety increases. And so while this, I don't expect that this will start to get into sort of the criminal nature and enforcement nature, where we will see, I would assume, safety start to show up is how people's sense of connection and belonging affects their sense of safety. So when I know my neighbors and I know neighbors know me, I feel safer in my community. So I think that will come through, especially in the neighborhood network strategy. So I just wanted to be able to add to that, because I think that's a place that we will see that sense of safety be connected to those invisible pieces around connection and belonging.
Thanks so much. And yeah, kind of, because one of the slides talked about, going from a small community to a large community. And in my mind, that can kind of make you kind of generate some of the negative things about it. And I kind of think of us going from a small community to a modern community, trying to encapsulate some of those best practices as we become this larger community, and really address some of those big challenges. So, and with that, Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Ms. Bays. Just in layman's terms, how would you explain the benefit of this framework versus us just saying, take $110,000 and go create some fun projects that can do this sort of stuff? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I guess just take the $100,000 and go make some.
Well, not for yourself, but for the community.
Thanks for articulating that.
The Mayor to Councillor Fisk. I guess this, I'm going to articulate this approach and how I've used it in my life experience. So coming up with a set of principles that we're all going to work together and how we're going to collaborate together and visioning together has been hugely monumental in making grassroots mobilization towards systems change. And I was telling you in the other room that I started out years ago with one little school bringing healthy local food into the schools. And I used that approach, that framework, to bring more people on board, to grow this movement. And then we had a provincial, and then we had national, and then we had policy, and then we had funding. And it all started with an understanding that we're all at the table with the clear understanding, the same vision, the same principles, the things that are in our OCP. And so, yeah, that framing tool and that approach has worked. So there's lots of evidence in the research as well as my anecdotal lifetime story. But yeah, I guess you'll have to place some trust.
Yeah, well, it sounds like the framework itself, it could be community building. And the work that you're going to undertake. So I look forward to seeing that. And thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to speak briefly to the neighborhood network strategy. During my first term on council, we provided a small grant to the Lake Trail Neighborhood Connections organization. And one of the councillors at the time said, what happens if we get all sorts of other neighborhoods in the community coming and asking us for money to do stuff in their neighborhoods? And I said, wouldn't that be a nice problem to have? So I do think that some dollars are probably helpful, but I think staff support is also something that can be really helpful to leverage neighborhood engagement. And I think there are neighborhoods in our community where people would in fact respond, whether it's doing something to improve their park or something else that that gets them engaged in the community. And so I really hope that is one of the major focuses that we're looking at here.
Yeah, from the Mayor to Councillor Hillian. Yeah, that is a focus for sure. I've already had, as I alluded to at the beginning, today a number of emails, a number of phone calls. You have a very caring community here that's excited about this. And so there are champions out there who are already asking, like, how can I be a part of this? I have ideas, and it will require a little bit of grant funding, which is, we have small neighborhood network grants right now through the Community Foundation, but you can bet I'll be bringing people together to create a broader vision and to articulate these strategies a bit better and to get some funding to move this along.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And I think we've had a pretty wholesome conversation and very brought some clarity. And we have a motion on the floor. It's moved and seconded. So with that, all those in favor? And motion carries. We'll move on to the Memorial Bench Program options and pass it back to staff. Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you through Mayor and Council. Ms. Chan is going to give us an overview of the much anticipated Memorial Bench Program report. We're getting a lot of the top 20 hits this meeting.
Thanks very much, and the podium is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The staff report is to provide various options for Council to consider in response to Council's outstanding resolution from March 2022. and requesting staff to report back with options for a memorial bench program or options for an alternative memorial process. So in 2019, we canceled the existing memorial program due to several factors. It was not financially sustainable. We did not have available locations. There's a lack of spaces. People often wanted the same popular locations at, say, the airport, for example. And also the service expectations far exceeded what the actual contractual terms were. So if the contract said 10 years, the service expectations were supposed to be over, it often was not the case for the donor. They thought that the donation was for perpetuity. So often what you would see in a cemetery. So tonight we are presenting 4 options. Options 1 and 2 involve the development of a new memorial bench program. They are both based on the recreation fees and charges framework, the benefits-based continuum. So if you recall, the low subsidy is related to a lower community benefit, and a high subsidy is related to a high benefit, beneficial service or good. So option 1, we are seeing a 100% cost recovery, because we are saying this is a high individual benefit to the donor. And option 2, we are proposing a 75% cost recovery model, because there is some community benefit to the public for the use of the bench. I want to highlight this as a new service. It's not a restarting the existing program. We need to develop policy. We need to develop a process to address the key reasons that the program was discontinued in 2019. It will take some staff resources and time to develop. Option 3 and 4 does not include the reinstatement of a new memorial bench program. Option 3 involves development of a donation or gift policy. So members of the public can donate a dollar amount they choose through different donation models, and they can fund parks, recreation initiatives such as programs, facilities, and parks infrastructure. Option 4 also does not include the reinstatement of a new memorial program. It promotes the existing memorial options. So in these Courtenay Civic Cemetery, there are existing memorial programs in place. So to summarize, we are recommending option 1. However, it will take time to develop this program. And we will return to council at a future date with a policy and program details. And with that recommendation, I welcome any questions, comments.
All right, thanks so much for the presentation. And Councillor Jolker.
Thanks, Mayor. I thought the staff report was interesting. A lot of disadvantages to all the options and a lot of work, it appears. And so I guess my first clarification question is work plan related. I don't recall this being on the work plan in terms of the level of policy development. I think this was probably on the work plan, but this next step. And so just wondering from staff what this might mean for the impact on what is a very large work plan in the Parks and Rec department.
Ms. Saunders.
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. The report back on this, definitely on the work plan, the work to create a new program, we would have to, determine how we fit it in with the other priorities. That's why we've given ourselves quite a bit of time, lead time. I think also the recognition that the program, although officially discontinued by council in 2019, really hasn't been in operation since 2008. And I think that that's an important piece that Ms. Chan referenced, that this really is starting a new service. This is a service that has not been in operation for 16 years, and the things that have changed in that time in departments and structures, et cetera. And what we've learned from our program, but also other municipalities' programs, it really does require looking at this as a new service, as opposed to sort of just flipping the switch on an old service. It hasn't been in operation for 16 years. It is a program that comes with significant responsibilities and expectations. On the alternative side of that, it is also a way to provide amenities for the community. We know from council that the provision of benches in parks and public space is important. We have that in the Parks and Rec Master Plan to look at those amenities and where they're placed. So there is an ability to sort of do some combination of work there. But we will have to figure out where it fits in our work plan and how we prioritize it. I think we've given ourselves enough time to do that. If council wanted the work done faster, then we'd have to reprioritize work.
Thanks for that. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I think my first question is just around what is the level of work required for option 1 versus option 3 in the report, but maybe 4 in the options. In other words, a donation policy versus the memorial bench, just to cut to the chase.
That's a very good question. I would say they both would require amount of time and to develop process and policy. You could also have both options at the same time. There are municipalities that provide memorial bench programs and also have donation programs in place, but we're starting from scratch. So, and there's probably some Canada Revenue Agency, rules and regulations we have to look into before we go through new donations.
Yeah, I think if we're going to go down the memorial bench program, I would maybe want us to consider that as well, especially given I'm in agreement with the recommendation that it should be full cost recovery. And so the entry point is a pretty substantial donation. And if we're going to do the policy work, then maybe we want to consider other ways in which people can contribute to the community in remembering a loved one. I think I'll leave it at there. Actually, I just had a quick point of clarification. If we were to do a memorial bench program, would the city select, provide a location that wouldn't be part of the donation as a request for a specific park or a specific location? It would be our list of priorities.
Thank you to the mayor, to Councillor McCollum. We would definitely create a GIS map of the available locations. So through the park planning process, when we go through each park, we identify locations of existing benches that may be available, but also as we design parks, there also will be new bench locations that are available. Also with the trails, there is a standard that we received recently as to what is the ideal standard to have a bench. Like every 100 meters, you should have maybe one bench, or every 200 meters, you could have 2 benches. So having that documented in a GIS mapping system and telling people, these are the different locations according to what we've provided and we've created, does provide advantage.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And Ms. Saunders.
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor McCollum. Just to build on Ms. Chan's point and to answer your question regarding the donation program overall, it is a substantially different type of work and piece of work. So if council was to include that in the direction, we would have to come back on priorities and timeline. From my experience with programs such as that, in order for them to be substantially financially impactful, it requires a substantial amount of staff resources, often a staff dedicated to sort of, a foundation type grant type program. So it can, staff could absolutely build one, but if the goal is sort of a financial impact that is substantial, it would require significant staff resources to administer.
All right, thanks for that. And okay, Councillor Hillian is next.
Thanks, Mayor. 2 questions. I recall when we originally talked about this in 2019, I think there was some talk of an alternative whereby we might create a memorial wall somewhere like the Sid Williams or the Randy Wichura Plaza. So I'm just wondering if that was considered. And in a related item, we don't often get reports from the cemetery But the cemetery is referenced in this, in these reports before us tonight. And specifically the idea that we might actually promote the cemetery for people who are looking to memorialize one of their loved ones. So I'm just wondering if we do have any data on what use people are making of the cemetery. You know, we're told that cremations are up around 90%. Do we have any idea how many people are in fact buying plaques, you know, using the niche walls of the cemetery and that service, versus folks who are out there sort of waiting for us to reestablish a bench program so they can in some way memorialize their loved one?
Ms. Saunders?
Thank you for the question through the mayor to Councillor Hillian, and I can pass it off to our Director of Corporate Services if there's any additional information. To answer your first question, there was discussion of a memorial wall. The Plaza, the Randy Witcher Plaza has some memorial options in it already, but we'd have to look into it. It's not for the general public, it's for a specific purpose. And so I think while it was discussed, it may not be the appropriate place because of what's already there. And in our research, there is a lot of discussion, and I believe it was in the previous staff report, about the appropriateness of memorial walls in parks. And so, of course, if council directed staff to proceed with that, staff could identify appropriate locations, but that is a constant or relevant piece of information and discussion in other park departments that typically memorial walls are not seen in public parks. Just to clarify around the cemetery, the reference really is to the memorial program. My understanding from our colleague is that the niches and the casket graves are significantly at capacity or coming close to it. And that there's not, you know, huge capacity in the memorial program, but it is an option that does exist currently, that people can contact our cemetery and request a plaque at a memorial program that's already in operation. I don't know how many people have been referred from the bench program, because we still receive calls, who have actually taken that step. We know that there's a real desire for park benches. And so I think a lot of folks who are reaching out to us are looking for that particular way to recognize a loved one, but we always offer them all the other alternatives.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian, and Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the report, Susie. I also favor the full cost recovery model, and I just had a couple of questions about that. It's based upon a 10-year term, and as I understand it, you'd approach the person after 10 years, you'd ask people to sort of resubscribe, I suppose. That strikes me as a very challenging conversation, and if someone chooses not to, just someone going out with just removing the plaque. Anyway, there's some challenges there, and I'm wondering if there are any programs out there which are for the lifetime of the expected lifetime of the bench, the materials in it, and you can tell the person that this bench will be here for X number of years, and then eventually we'll replace it, and and I'm just wondering what a full cost recovery might be if it were actually going to be for the lifetime of the service of the unit, rather than a sort of a 10-year subscription model, which seems to be the one suggested here.
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Cole-Hamilton. So when we review different programs, there are definitely options where they've offered longer terms, sometimes to match what the expected life of the bench. Some benches, depending on the materials, would expect it to last, say, 15 years as opposed to 10 years. There's one example where they are charging double what we would likely charge in recognition that it could be 20 years in the end that the service expectations would be for that bench, or it's also costed to reflect if there's vandalism or needs to be replaced due to various reasons during the life of the contract. So we can look at different models, but when you say something offers something perpetuity, you have to also acknowledge that there's a cost to that perpetuity due to the maintenance and all the factors as a result of the program.
This is sort of related, but a related follow-up, which is, do you find that people understandably, when looking at the other programs that are out there, have a proprietary relationship to the bench? I think it mentions in the report they might want it cleaned or maintained more often than just a standard public bench. And I think Councillor McCollum was asking earlier whether people would be able to choose where the bench was or not. Are some of the higher priced cost recovery models, are they successful in situations where people are not allowed to choose? Like the bench that might be available right now is in Armstrong Park, whereas you'd like it to be on the Riverway, or I'm just wondering if full cost recovery, the higher price models, if there's uptake on that, where people don't get that proprietary relationship to the bench, they don't get to choose where it is, they don't get to call up and say it needs to be cleaned, that sort of thing.
I believe that in those situations that, through policy, you've developed a policy that this is the program, this is what we have to offer. We're not offering, we only can provide the locations that we have. We can't provide more. Not to say that as we add parks or as we look at our existing parks and we go through park planning, there could be new locations that come up. I'm just thinking back to the old program when people were told that the existing locations aren't available, the popular locations, they were willing to go on the wait list until location was available. So I feel that even at a lower price point, people are willing to wait.
All right, thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'm not super excited about the recommendation, given how much work, especially the impact on our work plan. But if I were to support this, I also am supportive of 100% cost recovery. I guess, in reading the staff report and the rationale for why the program was discontinued in 2008, and the wait list assigned to that, we have quite an extensive parks master plan that speaks to many different types of assets. We don't yet have the full costing of all the recommendations in that master plan. And so the donor policy to me is something I actually am a little bit more interested in exploring, given that we may be able to put a placard saying that the sprinkler, the cooling space in a park was in memory of an individual, right? We're in an interesting time with climate change. I think there could be other assets. The staff report does speak that people do like to see a placard with people's name on it. And I think there's probably some innovative ways that we can put that on other assets and maybe provide a brochure for people to say, yeah, you can pay for a bench, but there's also all these other really valuable assets in these parks that you can support. So I'm actually really curious about the option 3, rather than us really focusing our efforts on benches, because I have that parks master plan in the back of my head and we have yet to figure out how we're going to pay for it all. And yes, benches are a part of that, and they're important for accessibility, and people do like to sit in our parks, and there are other assets that we want to see in our parks. So I'll probably support this, but I would like to see maybe us explore other ways that people can see themselves as participating in creating more beautiful and accessible parks. So staff did speak to the additional work that would entail, but I'm wondering if staff can speak to any experience around a donor policy contributing to reduction of costs related to the enhancement of our parks.
Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. I think it would be relatively straightforward to add additional amenities. So for instance, picnic tables, bike racks, other sort of tangible things where we can attach plaques once we have an established bench program. All of it really, I think the successful programs that we're seeing is where we have pre-identified locations, pre-identified standards, and residents are made available of what locations residents are aware of what locations are available versus making requests of I would like a bench or a picnic table or whichever here and there. That gets quite difficult. Although, as we've learned in our own experience in other cities, there are very popular spots and people will wait or hopefully wait for their opportunity to put their loved one's name there and not take an empty spot somewhere else. So that's just a reality. So I think this could evolve into other sort of tangible amenities and assets. As it relates to a larger sort of donation program, absolutely staff would take council's direction. It's a very different type of program where, you know, you're talking more around donations and grants and how we advertise that and how we recognize people. And it does feed into conversations we've had that we need to do some work around sort of sponsorship and naming and that type of thing. So that might be a better connection into that at a future point. But it is a very distinct type of work and requires a different sort of approach from a staffing perspective for it to be, I'd say, financially meaningful. We could establish a way for folks to make donations and accept those. But if you're looking for ways to fund significant projects, that's a much more strategic and sort of intense approach.
The follow-up to that. So really happy to hear that it wouldn't be much work to add additional assets or amenities to the bench program, say the bike racks or a playground or other amenities, a fountain. That wouldn't be an additional large piece of work.
Through the mayor to Councillor July, just to clarify, I think smaller amenities, playgrounds start to get into sort of naming and sponsorship. And I think once we have an established program, so if council directs us to establish the Memorial Bench program and it's up and running, I think the addition of other amenities of a similar nature, we do have some work to do for sure around donations as it relates to things like playgrounds, park developments. The Rotary is an excellent example in the Comox Valley that makes a lot of financial contributions to parks and recreation. And so each time that happens, it's sort of case by case. We have some work to do there to identify, for instance, if a service club wants to make a significant donation, what is the naming or the acknowledgement that comes with that? But I think that needs to be dealt with separately from sort of amenities. And I think those ones that can be mapped and we have standards for and we can articulate, I think those could be layered on over time.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and again, when you talk about the benches and the life cycle of a bench, I got a few phone calls when the lookout on Dyke Road was gone one day. And so again, because whatever that thing is has a life cycle, even though it may be hard for some people, like what's the next step? So yeah, it is complex for sure. Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. In the report, it talks about some costs that maybe are hard to quantify, like inefficiencies, like catching up at the beginning of the program. And so when we talk about 100% cost recovery, are you thinking we could maybe realistically do 100%, including those hard to quantify items? Like, does that make sense?
Through the mayor to Councillor Frisch, absolutely. I think we need to spend time identifying. So, like, we did a high-level cost evaluation of what it would cost for a bench, but there are, as you described, indirect costs that we could try and calculate and put in an estimate, and then come up with a per bench, cost over the life of all the different benches, and add that in. And then we would update our fee as time goes on through the fees and charges to make sure that we are in fact following that model. So there is that potential. Just it has to be reviewed to make sure that we're achieving the goal.
Yeah, maybe a simplistic view on it is that there is a benefit to the public if benches are fully paid for, and if there's a demand for people to donate them to the city, then I could definitely be in favor of that program.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Morin.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So, when it was discontinued, there was this idea there were more people who wanted benches than we had locations, but I think if we look at the idea of down the road having other amenities, and also that we have benches in more locations than just parks. I mean, we've talked a lot about having more places for people to sit and rest, and if there's, heat dome, like, places for respite and stuff like that. So those would add to the kind of inventory of locations, I'm assuming. So I guess one of the things that stood out for me in the report was how people were to be notified about that the program was canceled, and that didn't happen. And I guess I'm just wondering how that's going to get dealt with going forward. Like, are we expecting that anybody who's past that, well, I guess most people would be past that term now. Yeah, I'm just wondering what our approach is with dealing with the ones that are already out there.
So if we decide to not go forward with the program, we would notify those on the wait list and also those who past participants that the program was in fact discontinued in 2019. The contractual terms of the agreement that we have on file have been met, and we would return the plaques, those that are still in inventory that are out there, back to the original donor. However, time has passed, so people may have moved on, or contact information is just not up to date. So we'll want to be respectful, and we'll store the plaques in case that people come back to look for it. But I think we identified up to a year. But if we decide to go ahead with the program, then we still need to notify the past donors about that there's a new program in place and that we're developing it. Once we have the policy and the program and we have all the locations available, we would provide a first right of refusal to the existing donor. But it would be at the new cost, and we'd have to be clear about the terms. And also, if they don't decide not to go ahead and repurchase that donation, then we'd go to the wait list.
Could I have a subsequent, Mayor? Another question I had was, do we have any criteria in the past? Have we had any criteria for the wording on the plaques? Like, I don't think that's ever become a problem, but I mean, it's kind of like the yearbook where you publish this thing in the yearbook and then there's no going back. I mean, do we have any oversight on what the wording is? I mean, some of them are, or most of them are probably, in memory of, but it might say something else that could be controversial. I just wondered if that was ever an issue.
I wasn't around during the program, but I don't recall their staff identifying that, though there's limited space on the plaque of what can be provided. But I think through the policy, we can identify criteria and, what is appropriate and what's not appropriate. So, if something is said is offensive, obviously we don't.
I'm kind of being a bit cheeky about it, but I mean, we do have policies, like, I think we're more sensitive to what we're putting in public spaces and what we're recognizing. And I think that might be something to look at. I mean, we have statues that are being taken down across the country and things like that. So I think, it is something to consider.
I mean, that's a good point. There's no vetting process that happened in the past of, who would go up on as an donation plaque. So that could be something that we could look at.
Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Just to, through the mayor, to Councillor Moore, and to build on what Ms. Chan said, there could be some policy for sure about what can be put on a plaque. We would want to be cautious about how much expectation there is on staff to administer and provide oversight at that level of detail, and also potential sort of level of sort of controversy. I wouldn't recommend a policy that has staff performing any sort of vetting of individuals. So that I think if council is worried about who might be named on a plaque, that would be a reason to consider if the memorial bench program should go forward, because I think that's not a position that staff would want to be in. So I think, and that's also, I think in the report, the regional district that was one of the reasons for decommissioning their program was that there isn't a vetting process of who is named or not named, but absolutely what can be put on a plaque from a wording perspective to make sure it's appropriate and, there's not swears or that type of thing, I think could be done quite easily through a policy.
Mm-hmm.
And I would assume it's our staff putting it on there too, so we'd be fairly involved in that process for sure. I haven't made any comments, so I'm just going to make a quick comment here. Because I recall talking about this about 10 years ago. Councillor Hilling probably before that. It seems to me like it'd be a great program to have. I'm pulling support of recommendation 1 to, full cost recovery, and I'm looking at other opportunities. The only thing that I see as a challenge, and I just see this logistically as a challenge, is that 10-year renewal option of going back to contact people is one thing. So, and again, it's an increased cost. I think Councillor Cole Hamilton mentioned the awkwardness of it to a certain degree, but more than that, if you have a huge hopper full of other people waiting, it just makes their wait that much longer. So and just seeing again the amount of interest that seems to be in this, I just see that as a challenge. Just and that doesn't get into like the technology to actually track when the 10 years is up and all that kind of stuff. Like my brain is it's very exciting, but it feels like there's a lot of opportunities for points of failure. So that's my only concern. But other than that, fully support this here. Councillor Schulker.
Yeah, thanks. Just a question of clarification for staff. On page 9 under next step, it speaks to options 1 and 2 would be a report back to us on the memorial bench program that includes a memorial amenity donation policy. And the recommendation in front of us doesn't necessarily, it uses the words new memorial bench donation program. So I think and then further under financial implications, uses memorial program. So we're using different nomenclature. So I just want to clarify, because my interest is more on the broader sense of amenities rather than focusing on benches. So because in the staff report, there's an interchangeable reference to the program, can we just get some clarification and what would be interpreted from this motion?
Thank you to the mayor, to Councillor Schulker. We can definitely at a future date, if full council chooses to expand past memorial benches, is come back with a policy that includes other amenities. So that is definitely an option.
Well, and I think, and I don't want to speak for Councillor Schulker, but when I read it, and the reason why I said I supported it is because I almost see this as step 1, but the other one is kind of in the report. Sounds like the part of it, this starts and then the other happens. But Ms. Saunders?
Thank you. Through the mayor, Councillor Schulker, the recommendation here would be around a bench program. Staff also had discussions around an amenity program, and the recommendation is to start with the bench program to tie into the Parks and Rec master plan implementation, the amenity conversation, and just discussions from council around the importance of benches. So that's probably why you're seeing the interchanging words, is as we wrote the staff report and sort of narrowed in on focusing on a memorial bench program to start. But it would likely be a recommendation of staff that it be expanded to other amenities as that program gets up and running. But to answer your question, the specific recommendation is a memorial bench program to start there. It is a highly complex program. And so the recommendation is to start with that first.
And what I would probably recommend then is maybe because we don't know when it's actually start, but say like 12 months from that point to have a report back, just so that the expectation, and maybe it's this council, maybe it's another council, but just so that we know kind of how this is progressing. But Councillor Hilling.
I'll move the recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, motion carries. All right. And we'll move into Courtenay Fire Department semi-annual activity report. Oh. Oh, sorry, I jumped. I was getting all excited. All right. Okay, choose me a second. All right, any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries as well. My apologies for jumping the gun, but now we are on to the Courtenay Fire Department semi-annual activity report. Excellent. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none. I think a couple of things, just obviously recognizing the great work that the Courtenay Volunteer Fire Department does, and really not just the day in, day out stuff that they're doing, but the stuff that they do above and beyond. I think earlier this evening we mentioned during the extreme weather, actual going out and being very proactive. Again, those types of things, I think it's very inspiring beyond the already inspiring work that's being done. So with that being said, it is just a report. So unless anybody's voting against it, I'll receive that unanimously. And we'll move into the Indigenous procurement update. Right, it's been moved and seconded, and Mr. Garbutt.
Yeah, thank you through Mayor to Council. We're very excited to bring forward this update. When we adopted our updated and procurement policy that had an indigenized component, we had committed to come back to council with some information on outcomes. And Mr. Hainsworth is here to give that information. And I just wanted to actually, just from a staff level, to acknowledge the work that Mr. Hainsworth, with the support of other members of the finance department, including Mr. Langemar, what's happened with this and the calls we're getting about it, and some of the work that's been happening. So I just wanted to raise my hands up to our staff group that have worked really hard on this. And this came as a result of KFN approaching us directly, as well as very strong signaling from council on supporting these kind of reconciliation focused efforts. Mr. Hainsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Garbutt. To the city manager, to mayor and council, the purpose of the note in front of council is to provide an update on the city's outcomes to date on the implementation of Indigenous procurement. In January of 2023, council adopted an updated procurement policy. The modernized procurement framework at the city covers procurement for all departments and includes new guidelines to support sustainable procurement goals, including the environment, social value, living wage, as well as opportunities for Indigenous businesses. The procurement policy is attached to the briefing note for reference. The note includes a number of outcomes, future opportunities, and challenges. Since the adoption of the policy, staff have been busy training, updating templates, work processes, and engaging in change management activities with city staff. Of note is that 10 of 21 public processes, and that's public procurement processes in 2023, included Indigenous procurement. This represents approximately $3.4 million worth of spend. Also, finance staff have been working closely with the city's infrastructure group to prepare processes for the application of Indigenous procurement for large-scale capital projects. Staff are eager to see this initiated once the procurement for the detailed design services of the East Courtenay Fire Hall kicks off later this year, assuming we get there. Staff are also aware of a few challenges to make council aware of. Most importantly, are the uncertainties and sensitivities around self-attestation. We are monitoring emerging recommendations and best practices from senior levels of government as well as other organizations on this issue. We have yet to encounter a situation that would give rise for a concern, but it is an issue that we're actively monitoring. There's a couple other challenges included in the report, but they're quite minor in comparison to the self-attestation issue. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have about the briefing note.
Excellent, thanks so much. And Councillor Jolker.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to our city manager and our procurement staff for getting this to us, and really happy to see. And it was actually something to celebrate, I think, to know that we're the first municipality in BC to enshrine this in policy. So I think that's something that I'm really looking forward to supporting and sharing with our colleagues, municipal colleagues across the province. Yeah, I think one of the things that I shared with our city manager, I get to do Indigenous procurement in my other role outside of council. And there is, of course, evolving work around the self-attestation and how we define an Indigenous business or an Indigenous nonprofit. So looking forward to us updating the policy as those senior levels of government establish and announce what their plan is for Indigenous procurement. And the other piece I wanted to comment on was, and I did ask about this beforehand as well, but in the policy under section 9, we specifically name directed procurement opportunities for KFN and KFN established designated businesses, sorry. And I guess I'm curious from because this is a policy conversation, why we have focused solely on KFN. That makes sense to me. I'm happy with that, but why we've not also included Indigenous businesses outside of KFN. And I think about a lot of the provincial consulting services. We hire a lot of consultants at the city, and I know that there are a significant amount of Indigenous consulting firms who support municipalities, and they might not necessarily be KFN businesses, but they are definitely Indigenous businesses. So I guess I'm curious if we can hear from staff if there's any risk for us exploring the addition of beyond KFN businesses, the Indigenous businesses into the policy.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. Just to go back to the initial drafting of the section 9 language within the policy, this was structured. It is as the policy is fairly explicit. It's structured purely around construction procurement and KFN businesses, partially due to the fact that most of the work on construction specifically is happening within the boundaries of the traditional territories of the Comox First Nation, as well as, sorry, I just lost my train of thought there. But in terms of incorporating businesses beyond KFN and KFN businesses on our construction projects, we feel we do suitably do that in the 8.2 section 8.2 language around the broader application. So we are considering more broadly Indigenous businesses and approaches to Indigenous procurement and these concepts in section 8.2 language, which has really a very broad application across a number of different types of goods and services that we purchase on behalf of the city. So to circle back to your initial question, there could be something if council wanted to go down that road to look at opening up the section 9 language to First Nations beyond the traditional borders of the Comox Valley Regional District and Comox First Nation. We can absolutely look at that. But when we drafted this, it was based on the intent of both the structure of the KFN businesses and where we felt that they might be, or through discussions with Comox First Nation and the Economic Development Corporation, what would provide the most opportunity for them. And the way that their Economic Development Corporation is structured, based on our understanding, is it is heavily construction focused. And they don't have there aren't as many other types of organizations within KFN itself. So this was a really good opportunity to provide maximum value to our closest stakeholder partner, or closest, sorry, not stakeholder, but our closest Indigenous partner in the region. And then we have the broad application with the 8.2 language beyond that.
Thank you for that. Just a follow-up, Mayor, if that's okay. So to be clear, for the non-capital oriented tenders for procurement, there is language in section 8.3 under social value that would prioritize in the evaluation of those tenders for, say, consulting services to Indigenous businesses, for example.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur, and Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for this report, Scott. I think this is a great step forward. I just wanted to get a little bit of detail. There were two other challenges beyond self-attestation that you are addressed in the report. One is collaborative procurement, and I looked and I couldn't find a definition in the report of what collaborative procurement was. So that was my first question. Then I have a separate follow-up question if I could.
Absolutely. So to unpack collaborative procurement a little bit. So it's a bit of a fancier term for buying groups. So the city participates in a number of group buying initiatives, mostly through two organizations. One is the province of BC, who has a number of contracts established that broader public sector organizations like the city of Courtenay are able to take part of. Or on board onto and take part in. Because of that, so the great thing about these types of the contracts that the city utilizes is that it provides us access to economies of scale that we wouldn't have access to otherwise. It also provides quite a bit of efficiency within the organization, not having to take up resources to do procurements on our own. So those are the positives of the buying groups and collaborative procurement. The downside is we lose control over how the province or these other types of buying groups approach the market. So they may not have Indigenous procurement included in the procurement that goes to market, and thus we aren't necessarily able to include that in our overall spend category for providing opportunities for Indigenous businesses. I would think that the province will get there eventually. However, and the province does quite a bit in other areas, but some of the other buying groups that the city currently takes advantage of, it's a little less certain how quickly they will be to include things like social value and Indigenous procurement and those types of concepts when they approach the market.
Okay, thanks very much. And the other question I had was just regarding the third feature challenge, which is the applicability of various trade agreements, which were listed in the report. And I assume that could be resolved simply by obtaining a legal opinion. It sounds like because we're the first mover in British Columbia, there aren't any other legal opinions or examples to model ourselves on. Perhaps the BC Social Procurement Initiative, some of their guidelines might have some relevance.
Yeah, absolutely. The only reason why I hesitated on this issue initially when we were drafting the policy back in 2022, we did reach out to a couple legal firms and had discussions on this, and it was inconclusive on the legal side. We've since had some conversations and have been part of meetings with other procurement managers in BC at the local government level. We think this is a challenge that we can overcome through a future policy update potentially. We just really want to ensure, since we are new at this, especially at the local government level, and we're the first in BC for sure, maybe not across the country. So we are watching this to see how this issue does settle out, and we do feel that you're right through BC SPIs and we can even reach out to the province directly through their trade initiative or trade agreement department and ask the question directly as well.
Okay, great. Thanks for that detail.
Thanks, Councillor Cole-Hamilton. And it is a briefing note for information. And so, Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Move the recommendation. Oh, sorry.
I think it's on the table. I was just gonna say it's just we're not actually doing anything with it. So if you're okay, I'll just unanimously agree that we've received the update. We'll move on to battery powered landscape equipment conversion and all right, Mr. Garvin.
Thank you. Through the Mayor to Council, this briefing note is to give Council an update. We did a lunch and learn, and you got to see different electrical equipment that we're rolling out in our organization. And we thought, well, in accordance with the allocation of budget resources, we wanted to come back and give Council a heads up on where we're at. I can say that our one piece of equipment that we were a little nervous about in terms of the sort of overall weight and performance was the backpack blowers, and I just was talking to Mr. Shaw about information that we found at FCM. So this is a very, very rapidly developing area. The briefing note in front of you gives an overview of where we've moved so far. There were some questions from Council, which I passed on in terms of some of the evolution and our ratios of conversion of this equipment. And Mr. Thompson is here in Mr. Shaw's absence to answer any questions if Council has them.
All right, thanks for that. Yeah, it's been really exciting to see some of the new equipment, and although not a city asset necessarily, we had the new electric garbage trucks coming to town. So that's also, it really feels like there's some momentum happening. So really glad to see that. But if I don't have any questions, so
Question, is there in fact a battery powered generator? Did I see one of those? Yeah, and maybe that was a typo, and I'm wondering why we're using battery generators. Anyways,
Yeah, real quick, through the city manager, that I think that is a pack of batteries. So it's like a cube that you just plug in.
Cool.
Yeah,
all right, thanks.
the battery.
excellent. Yeah. Excellent. All right. Again, thanks for the staff working on this stuff. Oh, Mr. Garbutt.
Anticipating moving on to the next item.
Yeah, that's all I was going to do. So again, we'll just unanimously receive this report and we'll move on to the solid waste automated curbside collection update. I'll pass it over to staff.
Thank you, through the mayor, to the rest of council. Mr. Thompson is here. We have a briefing note. I think it's a very important note to come back to council. We were all in this room and hearing quite a bit of commentary about the rollout of our automated curbside collection. You also had an update at the regional district board, and there was discussion when we had an update on the solid waste management plan. So maybe Mr. Thompson, if you want to speak to highlights in the briefing note.
Sure, thank you. To the city manager. From the rollout of the automated collection system in January, we've seen some extraordinary results. The briefing note highlights we've seen just like a absolutely drastic reduction in garbage output from households. And I hope for the rest of the year, we continue to see that. I think I know it's a 40% reduction. We're seeing an equivalent uptake on the organic side of things. So people are really understanding what those green bins are all about. Yeah, there's been a few issues with the organics contamination. We're still working with the CSWM on that front. I think it's just an educational thing. A few people, they just really don't seem to get it with vinyl siding and things like that showing up. I was just there last week, and it really actually it's starting to look a lot cleaner. Coffee pods seem to be the issue, and that's really related to education. Those things are compostable over several years, but not in the 3 to 6 weeks that it's going through the composting facility. I guess the other challenge I mentioned was I'm just going to call it a little bit of animosity towards our student ambassadors that are out on the street. So that program has been pulled away from the street, and we're going to go to a more passive approach using the technology that's on these new trucks that are coming. It's a little bit unfortunate to have that happen, but we're keeping an eye on that and keeping our pulse on it. And we're going to redeploy our ambassador program in a different format in 2025. Generally speaking, though, the contamination has been extraordinarily consistent from before. So I think residents have really understood that the recycling program is for recycling, and they understand what recycling is all about. Some other highlights just on the amount of old containers that were collected. It was a well-run program. We had excellent diversion away from the landfill, which was great, and it all went to the recycling facility in Westminster. So that's a really good thing. That plastic will get recycled into things like memorial benches or picnic tables, which is what happens to a lot of that stuff. We also had an excess yard waste program that was fairly well received. I think people wanted it to emulate what they saw at the local landfill. It wasn't for that. So we were out of the gate quite a bit, speaking to people on that front, but generally it was well accepted. And then just finally, we're super excited about the August launch of these electric garbage trucks. I'm told, I had a call with the district manager yesterday. August is starting to look like the end of August. The trucks are still en route. The chargers are still getting pieces installed on them. But it'll be, I think it'll be well publicized when we do start to see those trucks whispering down the streets, as they said. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Excellent. And yeah, one of the things when they had the launch, they said that, they are quite quiet, but you can have them play music. So I suggested ice cream truck music since we don't have those anymore. So a positive note to alert people when they haven't taken their garbage out in time. So with that, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks so much for the report. It's mainly good news and glad to hear it. I did want to ask, we've recently had a letter from a resident who regularly walks the creeks and trails in her area and picks up litter on the way, basically to keep the area clean. Accumulates more than she can dispose of in her own containers, and is essentially asking us if there's a way that that excess litter, a couple of bags a month, can be dropped off somewhere. She suggested City Hall. But I know that we've been trying to adapt the program to make it work for people with different size containers. This is a bit of a different type of a situation. And I'm just wondering if there's anything that we can do to accommodate good citizens who are out there doing this type of service for their community.
Mr. Garbutt?
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Hillian. I would, those type of things, please redirect them to our waste department within operational services. We can interact with that resident and understand what's possible. I would say that we've had all sorts of calls about excess garbage, et cetera. So interacting with individuals that are acting in the name of the community, we can do that. So if you want to, if you can pass on that contact, I didn't see that email, so we can ask our staff to interact with that resident, and we would obviously thank them for their service.
Thanks for that. And just one of the comments you'd made about a contaminant, was it the coffee pods, like those little thingamabobbers? I don't drink coffee, but
the Keurig, not to be specific, and probably the other brand, that Nespresso, I think. Yeah.
As well. Yeah. And so they're branded as organic or decomposable. And then so people are like, oh, well, I'll just throw that in the organic bin. Fair enough. Okay. Well, good to know. I'll let the people I know that drink coffee, I guess. But I mean, maybe there is an opportunity there for, especially if that's like the top thing, we maybe send something off to the newspapers or something to try to get some information around that. Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies, don't want to extend this conversation, but staff have been working with staff from the solid waste program at the CVRD to actually get out some consistent messaging to the region, because not only are many things labeled as compostable, somewhat similar to the flushable wipes that everybody hears about fatbergs around. And so I actually personally interacted with the general manager at Costco because the lined bags, the cellulose lined bags, do not run through our compost facility in the method with which it's labeled as being compliant. And I do know that retailers want to make sure that they have the right products in the market. So our staff have been working with the solid waste staff to get some consistent messaging out. And we have some very retailers that are very interested in making sure that the products they sell are appropriate, because there is a significant market for people who want to do that. So I just want to let the council know that we are working to try and get that messaging out. And given that the receiver of all the waste is the one that interacts with everybody in our region, we hope that would happen at that level. And I know that's being worked on right now.
Excellent. Thanks for that. That's very useful. Councillor Moore.
Great. Thanks, Mayor. I don't want to focus too much on the negative part of the report. The report was mostly positive, but I did want to, highlight that the whole issue around the student ambassadors, I think, just deserves another comment. It's actually a fairly big part of the report, and just sort of reminding the public to be nice, and for us to have to reassign student employees because of how they're being treated by the public is unacceptable. So I don't know if there's any social media post or anything that we can do around that, but it's quite disappointing. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Moore, and the fact that if we look at the last year or so, there was, I believe, a couple of articles in the local paper that may have been inflammatory, given the fact that this program's been going since 2018, with no reports of this type of interaction. It does look like there's a potential cause and effect rather than correlation here, but yeah, very unfortunate. And I think there, next time I'm talking with the folks over there, I'll just let them know about the impact that some of that stuff has had on staff, which is, obviously a real concern when we want to make sure everybody feels safe and enjoys their job. So thanks for that, Councillor Morin. With that, again, just a report. So I'll receive that unanimously for council, and we'll move into unfinished business, the delegation for 925 Braidwood Neighbors. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? I mean, this is just that we refer the Good Neighbor Agreement to staff for consideration and discussion with BC Housing. I believe that was one of the big things that was presented to us. And just given that this is an opportunity, again, I think the delegation was extremely professional. Myself and many councillors and staff attended the open house that occurred as well, and really appreciate people bringing their concerns forward. And with that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And motion carries. And into bylaws, I believe, right? Let's see. Look at that, bylaws. All right. And we've got temporary borrowing bylaw 3147. Councillor Frisch.
I move that council give first, second, and third readings to temporary borrowing bylaw number 3147 2024 for Anderton Dyke Phase 1.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments for Mr. Garbutt?
Thank you. Through the council, through the mayor to council, the staff report provides an overview of these borrowing bylaws, their focus and their term, and many of these have been discussed around the table. Mr. Langemeier is here if you had any additional questions, and as it crosses over with a number of our directors, they're here as well.
Excellent. Everybody's ready, but I think we're good here. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And motion carries. And then we have temporary borrowing bylaw 3148. And Councillor McCollum.
I'll move that council give first, second, and third readings to temporary borrowing bylaw number 3148, 2024, strategic land acquisition 2024.
It's been moved and seconded. And any questions or comments? Don't see any. Call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. On to temporary bylaw 3149. And Councillor McCollum again.
I'll move that council give first, second, and third readings to temporary borrowing bylaw number 3149, 2024, 6th Street Bridge.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? We've been talking about this a lot. All those in favor? And that motion carries, and we'll move into permissive tax exemptions. And we have bylaw 3142. And Councillor Frisch.
Move that council give first, second, and third readings to tax exemption 2025 bylaw 3142 2024.
It's been moved and seconded, I think, by Councillor McCollum. And with that, any questions or comments, Mr. Garbutt?
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, we had significant discussions around permissive taxation exemptions for 2024. We've briefed council that policy is being developed with respect to permissive tax exemptions. The staff report provides an overview of how the bylaws have been structured, and Mr. Langemeier is here. He may want to provide some additional information, but staff are also here for questions.
And Mr. Langemeier.
Hello, nice to be here once again tonight. So I wanted to remind everybody that these bylaws that are prepared and being presented to you are based on the existing policy. We won't see the policy update impact until 2026's bylaws. And so that sounds like a really far into the future, which it is, but it's still 1 year away. So with that, it was very much just continuing on with the status quo. I prepared the bylaws in a number of different pieces so we could give the maximum number of councillors the ability to vote on them. Say if you're a board member of one of the organizations, you shouldn't really be voting on a monetary benefit to the society or have influence on. And with that, we've seen the total exemptions have increased again. It's a combination of property values increasing and some properties being in class 6 and seeing a bit larger increase in value. So a bit of our total exemption change is due to our taxes increasing and assessments changing. Furthermore, with the council direction, a couple of council meetings ago regarding daycares, they're being included for the first time this year.
Okay, thanks for that. And Councillor Zolker.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the staff report, really clarifying for the public our direction in the interim, that we're still functioning under the existing policy as we do the policy work. I do have two questions of clarification. I'll start with my first, more specifically, as it relates to tax roll number 426.022 Lush Valley, or sorry, 117 Lush Valley, for the 2342A Rosewell Crescent. Not a large amount, but it specifically is mentioning a residential unit in the building. And they so they own the building, but they're currently not occupying it. Like, I'm not clear in the staff report. My understanding of the existing policy is that services need to be provided to the community. And so I'm just not clear. We're providing a tax exemption now for 2025 because the intent is for that unit to be occupied and to be used as services for 2025.
That is correct. So Lush had just purchased this property or was in the process of purchasing it. And we had the discussion like, well, if you don't make an application now, we can't provide the exemption in the 2025 tax year when they would be doing their programming out of that location. So the approach was put the application in now, you meet the definitions and within the current policy to receive an exemption. So put it in because you can't ask for it in the future. And we're trusting that what they're saying they're going to do, they're following through on with what they're going to do.
Yeah, just as a follow-up to that, that's where my line of thinking was going. I think this is one of those areas that I would look forward to in the new policy. You know, what mechanisms do we have at the city to verify that, in fact, what people are saying they're doing with the tax exemption, with the services they're providing is in fact what's happening. So we, as you said, we're trusting that they're going to do what they say they're going to do in 2025, yet they've said here that they need to fundraise for that. So just want to name that as something that makes me feel a little uncomfortable. And I'll cede the floor because I do have another clarification question. Thanks.
And Councillor Moore.
Yeah, my understanding is that they are utilizing that unit for their business. So maybe that's just hot off the press. I don't know.
All right, Councillor Zolker.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, my last clarification question, page 2, permissive exemption summary, paragraph. So this total that we've calculated for 2025 was $509,000 and 914, an increase of 82,000 from last year of tax exemptions. That is just the city portion. What is and if that's true, what is the total tax exemption, including the other referral, the library, et cetera?
Yeah, so you're correct. If you roll down to page 5 of the report, in the table, it shows the city portion only, and then the sum of the other taxing authorities, which is 366,000 for this year, for a total exemption of 876,000.
Okay. And as a follow-up to that, Mayor, again, just for the future policy work, I'm assuming that part of the process of establishing the new policy will be engaging with these other entities to understand the potential impact of a new policy on their bottom line and their operations, because we're collecting revenue on their behalf. And so any new policy could technically impact their operations. Is that correct logic?
So with the other authorities, say the other authorities requisition $100 total. That's what they're asking the city collect on their behalf. When we give an exemption, we don't collect less than $100. The existing people or properties that received no exemption pay a little bit more.
Oh, okay.
And so at the end of the day, the city's transferring the $100 to what they requisitioned. What we're doing is we're putting the burden on different groups within our taxing authority.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. That's good to know. All right. I don't see any further questions or comments. So with that, 3142 right, because we've got a whack of these. So we will take a vote on that one. All those in favor? And motion carries. And then we'll move on to tax election bylaw 3143. Yes, Councillor Hillian.
Mr. Mayor, I have a conflict of interest with this, so I'll recuse myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Frisch.
Move that council give first, second, and third readings to tax exemption bylaw, tax exemption 2025 bylaw 3143, 2024.
All right. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. And we can invite Councillor Hillian back. And just if you are going to declare a conflict, just articulate what that conflict is. And we'll start by, I'll ask Councillor Hillian to articulate what his conflict is as well. Thank you very much.
And my apologies, Mr. Mayor. I serve on the board of the North Island John Howard Society.
Excellent. Thanks so much for that. And all right. And so we've voted on that. So next we have tax assembly bylaw 3144 and Councillor McCollum.
I'll move the council give first, second, and third readings to tax exemption tax exemption bylaw 2025, bylaw 3144, 2024.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion carries. Next we have bylaw 3145.
Mr. Mayor. Thanks. I'm going to recuse myself for a conflict. Dawn to Dawn, I serve as an advisor to the board, and L'Arche, my employer, funds is the primary funder for L'Arche. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you very much for that. All right, Councillor Frisch.
Move that council give first, second, and third readings to tax exemption 2025 bylaw 3145, 2024.
Excellent. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. And we'll wait for Councillor Wilford to come back. And next we have 3146, and I'll pass it over to Councillor McCollum.
I'll move that council give first, second, and third readings to tax exemption 2025 bylaw 3146, 2024.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments regarding this one? Seeing none, all those in favor? And any opposed? And motion carries. And thanks to staff for slicing and dicing that so that we could get through it quickly, but get the proper amount of councillors the most, yeah. Great. Moving on to 7.1.3 subdivision development servicing bylaw. And I'll pass it over to Ms. Wade.
Through the mayor to council, exciting to bring forward our first amendment to the subdivision and servicing bylaw, strategic priority and our work plan. It's exciting to be updating some road classifications that will now incorporate some of our council strategies by using bioswales, extra trees, planting, separation for cycling in certain conditions. So there's 3 cross sections that are before you for consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Excellent. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, this looks like a great addition to one of the ways that we can do business and development in the city. What I wasn't clear about is the rain gardens or bioswales, for example, is like an additional cost of compared to how we've traditionally built roads. And we're not removing that road type from our how we would expect development to happen. So what would be the situation, or how would we see this type of road design be implemented in a, say a greenfield or a new development versus the old way? I'm just not clear what the situation would be where a developer would opt to do a more expensive design, even if we still have, a cheaper option available.
Through the mayor to Councilor McCollum, great question. We've actually been working with a developer on this who has actually been wanting to do bioswales, and it aligns with our integrated rain management plan that we've been working with our colleagues in infrastructure and environmental engineering in order to look at how we can integrate bioswales into our road designs, which helps with stormwater management and retention. And it also has added value from greening up, then providing trees and landscaping, which is appealing to greenfield developments. And so far it's a positive. There is an alternative. This is an alternative. We still have our other standard, but we are working with developers in greenfield developments to try to move forward with our OCP policies.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I could see how a new subdivision with this type of roadway would really add a lot of appeal. In terms of rainwater management, would there be a potential savings in other types of infrastructure that's typically under the roadway, or is it truly like a higher, losing my words here, but a higher cost when we're doing or when we're implementing something like this?
Through the mayor to Councilor McCollum, the idea is to not put so much into the pipes, but to have it be absorbed with landscaping on site. So what happens is the operation cost is higher to the city, but the construction costs are those that are being done by the developer. And so that actually helps us with how we're going to do our stormwater management and retention, and gives those options to those greenfield developments to use boulevards with bioswales in it to help with retention rather than putting it in the pipes and then regenerate it so it's more sustainable.
Great. That's great news. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McCollum. Councillor Frisch.
Is there an example where the diagram with the boulevard in the middle of the street would be used in one of the Courtenay roads?
Through the mayor to Councillor Fish, yes, it's being proposed for the entryway into Crown Isle North, where on Westminster Boulevard. So it would be proposed for that.
Thanks.
Excellent. I don't see any further questions or comments. And so I'll call a question. Has it been moved and seconded? I don't think so. Okay, I think I heard Councillor Hillian or Councillor Zolliker and Councillor Frisch. We'll go with that. All right, thanks for that. And we'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And we'll move into Council Code of Conduct Bylaw 3150. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments?
Live mic.
Your mic's on.
Thank you, through the mayor to council. Really, again, happy to have a very important report in front of you. I want to acknowledge the work that's happening in legislative services. Our colleague, Ms. Proton, is off on maternity leave, and she's done a significant amount of work along with Director O'Connell. So, Ms. O'Connell, if you want to do the introduction.
I appreciate the opportunity, but as this is final adoption, and I reported on this at the last meeting, if you have questions that have arisen since then, I'm happy to answer them.
Seeing no questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously, and we'll move in. But thank you, Ms. O'Connell. I'm looking up there. I probably shouldn't be, but next we have the indemnification authorization bylaw 3151. It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Again, something that's been explained to us. Don't see any. All those in favor? And again, that passes unanimously. We'll get to council reports. Council Cole-Hamilton, Council Frisch, Council Hillian.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to acknowledge that several of us had the opportunity to attend the initialing of the Comox Treaty with the governments of Canada and British Columbia. It was a momentous occasion. And I wanted to share with the rest of council that the KFN member organizing the event, Melissa Kwok's sister, indicated that she wished she had been in a position to invite all of the members of council, but it simply wasn't possible due to spatial issues. But certainly the appreciation for this council and other local government support was acknowledged at the event. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian, and you were acknowledged as well as a significant participant as a rep on that treaty on behalf of the CBRD. So thanks for your work. Councillor Jolicoeur, Councillor McCollum, Councillor Morin, and I was going to talk about the initialing ceremony. So I believe we're going to move on to our in-camera resolution, which we're going to have up on the screen here. Oh. The new, oh, right, new business. Sorry, I'm like, all right, new business. Here we go. With the winter shelter strategy request to Comox Valley Regional District.
It's just a rising report.
Right.
That's all. There's no.
Oh, so it's just, so we're just rising and we're reporting for anybody who's watching online. You've been reported to, I guess. So, yeah. Let's do that. Yeah, there you go. And thank you. It was a great letter. I did enjoy reading it. And it is just for receipt. So I will unanimously receive that now that it's been moved. Thank you, Councillor / Chair Cole-Hamilton. And with that, now we're going to go in camera and we'll just point out that we have added, I believe, M and A 2D. All right. Oh, sorry. M was our previous one. Sorry. Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Did you get the seconder? Cole-Hamilton. All right. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passed unanimously. We are in camera. adopt the minutes. All those in favor? That passes. We do have a late item, though. We do have the bathroom item, so Councillor Warren?
Yeah, I was just going to ask if we could deal with the late item first, so that, because we're gonna have to go back to the open, and then that way we can do all the rest of the in-camera. And like shut down the open and then come back and do the rest of the in-camera, if you get what I'm saying.
We do the one item.
If we
and
do
then
the
we
late
go back.
item first, because we're gonna have to go back to open. And then, once we deal with that, then we can do the remaining in camera. And the Zoom and all that can be shut down at that point.
Fully understand, but that may be counter to the reason why we moved it here was to not do that. But
It's already shut down.
So it's not.
no,
There's still an open meeting to do, that's my point.
yeah.
That way we can finish off the open meeting.
Are we sharing this screen right now, though? Because it says it is.
Full in-camera, right?
But we wouldn't be sharing that to YouTube right now.
Oh.
So right now, YouTube should have a thing that says we're in camera. Because there was another slide.
Not me. I'll smile with you.
Now we're good. Thank you, everybody. We're now back and we're on the report on temporary shelter, washrooms and storage. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move the recommendation.
Second. Right, it's been moved and seconded.
And just to speak to it really briefly, I think staff have done an amazing job pulling this together. It's a position we really don't want to be in because we're so much stepping into the breach of services that should be provided, in my view, by the province. But, and I also don't want us to give the wrong message to our downtown businesses who are concerned about the ongoing challenges that the Connect Center provides. But we simply have to get some more facilities down there for storage and for washrooms to just sort out the challenges that currently exist. Staff have assured us that it's a temporary situation, that if the BC housing shelter and such goes ahead, we'll be out of there in the next year or so. And so I just really want to acknowledge the hard work that staff have done to bring this to us tonight. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And yeah, thanks for articulating the temporary nature, which we will continue to make sure people are aware of. Councillor July.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm going to be supporting this motion. Just a question since we were meeting, a member of the downtown business community sent me a message and just had some questions around the aesthetics and how this will actually play out from a design perspective, fencing and otherwise, to provide dignity for the folks who will be accessing the storage and the washroom facilities. So do we have any thoughts from staff on design and privacy?
We're going to have to extend the meeting. So before you turn your mic off, if you wouldn't mind.
That was my only question. So
yeah, but we
10
still
minutes. 10:45.
All those in favor? All right, 10:45, back to staff. And we don't have to wait till 10:45.
Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicke, I appreciate the question. We don't have detailed information on design. The intent definitely is to design a space specifically for the functions that will be provided within that space. And so our expectation and our hope is that it's a well thought out, well designed space, definitely with input from the service provider, but also for consideration of both the dignity and privacy and also cleanliness of the area. But we don't have details at this point. We have had conversations with partners around like community engaged arts projects as a way to try and beautify the space. But that's all sort of to come once we have some more confirmation on actually being able to deliver these services.
Okay, fantastic. It's been moved, seconded. All those in favor? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. With 20 seconds.